Hey guys, tonight we're going to drift slowly into a world where the soft cluck of hens, the crackling hearth, and the distant creak of a cartwheel are the only background music. It's muddy. It smells vaguely of wood smoke and turnips. And you're 8 months pregnant in a one-room cottage that leaks every time it rains. You're lying on a lumpy straw-stuffed mattress, probably shared with 2 or 3 children and maybe a goat. The rooster has just crowed, but you've been up for hours. Because, let's face it, bladder pressure waits for no sunrise. Welcome to childbirth as a medieval peasant woman. You probably won't survive this, statistically speaking, but let's not dwell. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment with the time and place you're watching this, so I can say a prayer for you and your family. May you be blessed with peace and health from above. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You open your eyes to the dim light of a northern dawn. The cottage smells like wet wool and baked onions, and someone snoring loudly nearby. Probably your eldest child, who's been stealing all the blanket scraps. Your lower back has that low, nagging ache again, the kind that says, today might be the day. But you don't panic. You just shuffle your feet down to find your shoes. If you're lucky, they're not frozen stiff. The floor is dirt, not metaphorically, literally packed earth, swept occasionally with a broom made of sticks. You trudge across it to add kindling to the hearth. It's drafty, and the cold cuts through your shift, like gossip through the village green. There's a moment of peace as you stir the embers, feeling the gentle pop of heat on your palms. Then another contraction rolls through. Oh. You mutter something under your breath. Maybe a prayer, maybe a curse. There's no one to hear it yet. Anyway, medieval peasant women didn't have due dates. They had vague guesses and a lifetime of observation. Your belly is low. Someone's auntie might have said yesterday. The baby's dropped. A few older women nodded. One even made a sign to ward off evil. You nodded along, trying to pretend it made any difference. Historians still argue whether women tracked their cycles consciously or simply learned from their mothers what their bodies were saying. Either way, you know one thing. The baby is coming soon, and your options are limited. You reach for your apron because whether or not you're in labor, the goat still needs milking, and medieval childbirth rarely offered the luxury of pausing work. Many women labored while weaving or baking bread, stopping only when the pain made them drop the spindle. Outside, the mist is hugging the barley field like a damp blanket. You hobble toward the shed to fetch water. Another contraction. You lean against the doorway. The wood is damp. It smells like mushrooms and horse. You close your eyes and breathe. A breeze stirs your hair. In another life, perhaps one with castles and tapestries and chambermaids, someone would bring you tea and wrap you in furs. In this one, you make your way back into the cottage, where you might be lucky enough to sit beside the fire, if your brother isn't hogging it again. You wonder briefly if your mother went through the same thing. Probably. You remember her stories of how you were born during a rainstorm, how the midwife slipped in the mud outside and still came running. She boiled linens in a pot by the fire and muttered in Latin. though no one ever knew whether it was real Latin or just for show. The village believed in signs and omens, and childbirth was the most ominous event of them all. And here you are, in that same cottage, the same roof, maybe even the same straw mattress, except now you're the one groaning softly through clenched teeth, trying not to wake the baby on the other side of the room. It's odd, you think, how normal this feels. It's terrifying, yes, but also as inevitable as sunrise. In medieval Europe, a woman might go through childbirth 10, 12, even 15 times in her life. Some babies survived. Many did not. 1 out of every 3 children died before their 5th birthday. And mothers, well, the odds weren't great there either. Still, there's a strange steadiness to it. This is your job. In a way, no one expects you to write a book or paint a fresco. But they do expect you to birth children, preferably sons, preferably quickly, and preferably without making too much of a fuss. As you ease yourself back onto the bed, legs trembling, you feel the baby kick, hard, probably practicing escape maneuvers. You press your hand to your belly and murmur something soft, maybe a name you haven't told anyone yet. Just in case, the fire crackles gently. Outside, the rooster crows again. You close your eyes. You don't even need to open the door. Your neighbor is already knocking. Somehow, even without a carrier pigeon or a medieval version of a group chat, word has spread. "Is it time?" she calls through the wood, half whisper, half excited squeal. You groan and sit up straighter, brushing your hand across your forehead. How do they always know? In a village of barely 150 people, your womb is basically public knowledge. You've barely had 2 contractions close together. And already 3 women have come sniffing around with fresh towels, gossip, and unsolicited opinions about belly shape. The village runs on stories, herbs, and speculation. And as far as childbirth goes, your neighbors are the experts. They remember every birth for the past 20 years, who cried, who tore, who lost a baby, and who somehow got through it without a single drop of blood. That last one is probably a lie, but people love a miracle, especially when it comes with a side of superstition. You let the neighbor in. She's wearing a shawl that smells like peat smoke and turnip stew. She gives you the once-over. Not your face, not your swollen belly, your ankles. Apparently, they hold some kind of secret code. They look thick, she says solemnly. Could be today. Oh, good. The swollen ankle omen. Classic. Soon, more arrive. An older woman with a satchel of dried herbs. A girl barely 16 who just wants to watch. The only one missing is the wise woman, if you can call her that. She's not technically a midwife, because there's no license, no certificate hanging on the wall, just 30 years of watching women scream, cry, and bleed, and sometimes watching them stop. She'll come. Eventually. They always do. Even if they've been drinking cider since breakfast. You settle onto the bench near the fire, shifting the heavy mass of your body awkwardly from one hip to the other. Someone puts a damp cloth on your forehead, as if you're about to faint from the sheer drama of it all. Another adjusts your blanket. Too warm. Not warm enough. Too itchy. You swat a hand away and wish everyone would just stop touching you. Historians still debate how organized these village birthing rituals really were. Some say there was structure, a circle of women, roles clearly defined. older women giving orders. Others argue it was chaos every time, dictated by panic and available hands. You're inclined to believe the latter, given how your neighbor is currently boiling a pot of cabbage next to the clean cloths. For dinner? For steam? Who knows? But it's happening. Out the window. Really more of a hole with a rag nailed over it. You see the hens pecking at the frozen mud. One of them lays an egg right then and there. A good omen, someone says. First egg of the morning means an easy birth, another woman says knowingly. You roll your eyes, but secretly cling to it. You'll take all the good omens you can get. Someone lights a bit of juniper and waves it in the air. Not for the smell, though heaven knows that would help, but to chase off the spirits that cause childbed fever. No one knows exactly what causes that yet, though centuries later, germ theory will prove it has less to do with ghosts and more to do with dirty hands and reused rags. But here and now, the solution is herbs and prayer, and whatever the wise woman pulls from her pouch of mystery. There's a moment of quiet as your body tenses again. This one is stronger. You lean forward, gripping the edge of the stool, breathing slowly. The pain slices through the haze like a knife, then ebbs. She's in the first stage, someone says in a knowing tone. Oh, wonderful. There are stages. In truth, medieval women understood a lot more about their own bodies than they got credit for. They knew the signs, the progressions, the way the baby moved down and your bones rearranged themselves to make room. They knew when to push, when to pant, when to rest, and when it was time to call the priest. And they knew the stakes. Everyone had a sister, a cousin, a friend who didn't make it. You remember one yourself, Mara, who bled out last winter in the snow, while her husband dug through frozen ground for a grave. It still makes your throat close up. There's a reason your village gets unusually quiet when a birth begins. Even the goats stop bleeding. Back inside, someone's found a chunk of beeswax candle and is muttering a blessing as they light it. Another pours warm ale into a chipped mug and presses it into your hands. It's not sterile. It's not hydrating. But it's calming. Sort of. You sip slowly, feeling the weight of all the eyes on you. And yet, strangely, you're not nervous. This is what your body was made to do. At least that's what they say, even if that feels like a cruel joke right now. As you rest your head against the wall, trying to breathe through the next wave of pain, you think about how universal this experience is. Women from the Viking North to the Zulu savannah have all done this, felt this, cried and screamed and whispered, "Please," into the dirt. And they've all had nosy neighbors, too. The contraction hits harder this time. You grip the edge of the table, a wobbly thing made of splintered wood and held together with hope, and groan through clenched teeth. It's the kind of pain that flattens your thoughts, steals the air from your lungs, and turns language into a distant memory. And yet, still no midwife. "Lay her down," one of the women mutters. "No, not the bed. It's too soft." Another points to the bench by the hearth, which, while not exactly comfortable, at least won't swallow you like a hay-stuffed mattress. You're helped onto it, back hunched like a croissant, legs trembling. You shift again, trying to find a position that doesn't feel like being split apart by a plow. No luck there. There are a few options, none of them appealing. flat on your back. If you want to make things harder, squatting with a rope tied to a ceiling beam, more practical, or sitting against the curved edge of the pigsty wall outside, which some women swear by. Something about gravity, maybe. But it's freezing and, let's face it, a pig just gave birth there yesterday. That wall's off the table. Let her lean on the birth stool, someone says finally. Ah, the birth stool. 3 legs, open in the center, and not unlike a medieval version of a toilet crossed with a milking perch. You're lowered onto it with a kind of reverence, equal parts fear and fascination. After all, this is the stage, the arena, the seat of life and possible death. Historians still argue whether birth stools were common across Europe or only in certain regions. Some believe they were reserved for wealthier women with access to a professional midwife. Others say even the poorest households might fashion one out of old wood and prayer. Either way, you're on one now. You try to relax, breathing slowly, but every breath feels shallow. Your back is on fire. Your belly contracts like a fist. The stool creaks ominously. And then someone says it. The phrase no one wants to hear at this stage. Maybe we should move her to the floor? Great. The floor is dirt. Remember? Not polished wood, not tile. Dirt. Swept. Yes, but still hosting half a century's worth of human and animal history. Still, the bench is clearly not doing you any favors. With a chorus of tuts and sighs, you're helped down again. This time, onto a rough wool blanket laid out beside the fire. It smells like onions and mildew, but it's warm. You lie on your side. Someone supports your leg. Someone else whispers something about boiling more water, as though that will help with the pain. Or maybe they just don't know what else to do. This is what childbirth looks like when you're a peasant woman in the 13th century, shifting positions every 10 minutes while 5 people hover nearby, arguing gently about whether you're opening properly. At some point, one of the younger women asks if you'd like a cushion. You shake your head. No one needs a cushion right now. You need the baby out. Suddenly, the door bursts open. The wise woman arrives, red-cheeked and wheezing, trailing dried leaves and mystery. She looks like someone's overcooked aunt and smells faintly of cider vinegar. Her bag hits the ground with a thud. Everyone steps aside like royalty just walked in. She doesn't speak, just kneels beside you, takes one look between your legs, and nods. You're not ready, she says. Brilliant. Still, she sets to work. Out come the dried herbs, raspberry leaf, mugwort, fennel seeds. Out comes the blessing stone, which may or may not be a leftover potato. And, finally, out comes a handful of butter, warmed in her hands and applied liberally. Yep, it's happening. Goose fat, pig lard, and butter were all commonly used lubricants in medieval childbirth. Not sterile, of course, but in an era before latex gloves and saline drips, it was better than nothing. You flinch at the touch. It's cold, and the room is suddenly very, very quiet. Don't push yet, the wise woman says firmly, one hand on your thigh. Breathe. Wait. You breathe. You wait. Another contraction surges through you, and you curl inward, biting your lips so hard you taste blood. Someone wipes your forehead. Someone else mutters a prayer in Latin. It might be for you, or for the baby, or both. Who knows? Meanwhile, The wise woman produces a smooth stick of birchwood for you to bite. You eye it warily. It helps, she says. You clamp down, and she's right. It gives your jaw something to do while the rest of your body turns into a battlefield. For a moment, you're aware of nothing but the fire's crackle and the burn inside you. You wonder, vaguely, how women did this alone. Because they did. Sometimes, caught in the field, or during war, or in plague-ridden silence. No birth stool, no wise woman, no butter, just dirt, cold, and willpower. One of the women touches your arm gently. You're doing well, she says. It's such a small thing, but you believe her. Your knees ache against the ground. The wool blanket beneath you is beginning to dampen with sweat, or something worse. But you can't be bothered to move. Another contraction is coming, the kind that makes your toes curl and your vision blur around the edges. You grit your teeth against the birch stick again. Somewhere behind you, the fire pops. Someone mutters, "That sounded like a good one." You don't answer. You're busy surviving. The wise woman, her name might be Beth, or Maud, or something equally old and earth-scented, leans in close. Her hands are surprisingly gentle. She applies more of that herbal mix to your thighs and belly, massaging in slow circles. It smells like sage and animal fat. You'd gag if you had energy. "Won't be long now," she whispers, although she's said that twice already. You no longer trust her timelines. She shifts her attention downward, examining you like a weathered map. "You're opening," she says, nodding to herself. Someone squeals softly. Another runs for more cloths. You, on the other hand, are just trying not to throw up. "Let her squat," the old woman says suddenly. "It's time." There's a flurry of movement. Two of the women help you stand. Not that stand is a fair word for the wobbling, moaning creature you've become. You're propped between them, arms slung over shoulders, legs trembling like jelly. Squatting to give birth was common for good reason. It works with gravity. It opens the pelvis, and it can, on occasion, help the baby descend more easily. Of course, no one mentioned how much it would feel like being ripped apart by fire. Your fingers dig into someone's arm. You don't know who. You don't care. All you know is that something huge is shifting inside of you, moving down, pressing outward. The pain becomes a tunnel. You are the tunnel. "Push now," Beeth says. You do. You roar. An honest-to-goodness, primal, throat-rattling roar that makes the goats outside bleat in alarm. Someone drops a bowl. Someone else starts crying. None of it matters, because now the baby is coming. You feel the stretch, the sting, the terrifying slide of new life. It burns. It hurts in places you didn't know you had. And still, you push. "Stop," Beast says sharply. You freeze, mid-agonizing scream. She's checking something. She frowns. The cords around the neck. A beat of silence, then chaos. One woman grabs a candle. Another grabs the holy salt. Someone starts reciting the Lord's Prayer. You're half aware of it all, like dreaming through a storm. You can hear Beth talking, her voice calm but tight. She slips her fingers in, doing what she must. You feel it, but not clearly. There's too much pain, too much pressure. And then, push again. You push. And suddenly, relief, a rush, a gush, a scream. Not yours. The baby is out. There's a pause. a thick and heavy silence, like the world holding its breath. Then a cough, a cry, a weak, wet whimper of a voice not yet accustomed to air. Everyone exhales at once. "It's a girl," someone says. You collapse into the arms holding you. Your legs give way. Someone wraps you in blankets. Someone else wraps the baby. And you just cry. Because you did it. Because she's alive. Because you're alive. Beth places the baby on your chest. Her skin is red, waxy, and covered in vernix. Her hair is matted and damp. Her eyes, impossibly small, blink slowly, like trying to remember how to exist. You stroke her cheek. She flinches. So do you. You want to name her, but your mouth is dry. You swallow, and the word forms in your mind before your lips can shape it. A name passed down from your grandmother, and hers before that. But no one rushes. There's time around you. The room begins to settle. The air smells like blood and wood smoke and boiled barley. Someone clears away the birth stool. Someone else throws the used rags into a bucket of ash. The floor will need scrubbing, but not now. Now is for sitting. Now is for holding. Beth inspects the afterbirth, checking for tears, for missing bits. All's out, she says with satisfaction, though she'll keep an eye on you just in case. Retained placenta can kill, after all. But not tonight. Not this time. You drink water, ale, broth, whatever's offered. It dribbles down your chin, and you don't care. You lean your head back and breathe. Historians still argue about how often men were present for this moment. Some sources suggest fathers were summoned only in emergencies. Others tell of men standing by silently, gripping a rosary. Yours is likely out with the sheep, utterly unaware that he now has another mouth to feed. That's fine. He'll find out soon enough. The church bells will ring if there's bad news. But tonight, there will be no bells. Someone begins to hum a lullaby, low and sweet and ancient, sung in the same dialect your mother once used, and your daughter might one day pass on. You close your eyes. The baby shifts against your skin. Her breath is warm. Her hands are fists. She's here. It's not over, though. You might think the hardest part is behind you, that once the baby's out and everyone's singing lullabies, you can finally rest. But rest is a rare luxury, especially for you, a peasant woman in a cottage with no mattress to yourself, and a tiny, hungry newborn now squirming at your chest. The women stay, bustling softly like hens around feed. Beth checks you for tearing. Not bad, she says, which could mean anything from you'll walk again in a week to nothing vital is hanging out. She pours more warm ale into a cup and adds a pinch of powdered yarrow. Good for blood loss, she says. Also keeps away evil spirits. Very multifunctional. Your legs are still trembling. The aftershocks of labor haven't faded yet. You feel like something hollowed out and then stuffed full of stones. But there's a strange peace now, the kind that only comes once the storm has passed. But the roof is still standing. The baby makes a noise, somewhere between a sigh and a squawk. She's hungry. Now begins the second labor, feeding. You adjust yourself clumsily, shifting the baby to your chest. Someone tries to help, tugging your tunic aside with more familiarity than delicacy. You shoo her away. You want to do this part yourself. The baby latches on instinct, but her tiny mouth struggles. It hurts, not in a dramatic way, but in a raw, needling way. like sandpaper brushing against sunburn. You wince, but hold still. She's trying. So are you. Breastfeeding, despite the pretty images painted on medieval manuscripts, is rarely effortless. The first few days are trial and error. If you're lucky, your milk will come in soon. If not, the wise woman will have to fetch a milk charm, a carved bone amulet rubbed with honey, or a mixture of cumin, fennel, and nettles boiled into a thick drink that's meant to unblock the flow. Whether it works is anyone's guess. Historians still debate how common wet nurses were among rural women. In noble households, certainly. An entire career could be made of someone else's milk. But in your world, there's no backup plan. Your baby drinks from you, or she doesn't drink at all. After a while, the little one tires out and falls asleep mid-suckle. You look down at her soft mouth, the tiniest bit of milk trailing from the corner of her lips. Her eyelids flutter. Her fingers, still curled into fists, twitch as if grasping for something she dreamed about in the womb. Someone hands you a cloth to wrap her in. The cloth smells faintly of lavender and ash. You don't ask why. Everything here smells like lavender and ash. The women begin to gather their things. They don't say much. There's an unspoken rule that lingers after birth. Don't talk too loud. Don't laugh. Don't tempt fate. Some believe the veil between life and death is thin for a full day after labor. Better not to jostle it. Beth lingers a little longer, chewing something, maybe licorice root, maybe something stronger. She hands you a small bundle of dried flowers tied with a thread. Hang it over the cradle, she says. Keeps the night spirits away. You nod, not because you believe her, necessarily, but because belief isn't the point. Ritual is its own kind of comfort. Before she leaves, she reaches out and touches your forehead, pressing her thumb gently between your brows. You've done well, she says. Sleep while she sleeps. There'll be time for chores later. Chores? Of course. The thought makes you laugh, but not the real kind of laugh. Just a dry, cracked sound, like a chair creaking under too much weight. You lie back, adjusting the baby against your chest, feeling her tiny breaths rise and fall in tandem with your own. Through the open window slit, you hear the distant clatter of carts and hooves, the murmured voices of villagers beginning their day. Life continues, even after birth. Especially after birth. You wonder if you'll get a full day of rest. Probably not. Someone will need help with the bread baking, or mending, or the spinning. If the goat gets out again, it's your name they'll call. Your eldest will be hungry by midday. Your husband will want to know what you've named the child. You haven't decided yet. Not really. In truth, many babies weren't named right away. Some weren't even baptized until days, or weeks, later, when it seemed they might actually survive. Infant mortality was high, and hope was often cautious. So for now, she's just the baby. You stare at her sleeping face. So small, so impossibly real. There's blood on your feet. Dried, mostly. Someone will need to clean it up. You close your eyes, just for a moment. When you wake, the sun has climbed higher, casting dappled light through the tattered cloth that passes for a window curtain. The fire has burned low. The cottage smells faintly of boiled roots and old wool. The baby stirs against your chest with a squeaky yawn like a mouse stretching. Your whole body aches, as though you've been trampled by a mule and then left out in the rain to stiffen. Your belly is soft, heavy, and sore. Your back throbs, and there's a distinct stinging sensation that you don't even want to think too hard about. Still, you survived. That's no small thing. But no one's bringing you soup and turning down the straw mattress for a week of healing. You're a medieval peasant woman. You're expected to bounce back with the grace of a duck on ice and the strength of a team of oxen. The phrase postpartum recovery hasn't been invented yet because there's simply no time. The door creaks open, and in comes your cousin, Anna, holding a small pail of milk and an armful of laundry. She takes one look at you, then at the baby. She's feeding. You nod. Good. The goat got out again. There's your welcome back to daily life. You shift on the bed, carefully moving the baby into a sling made from a worn-out tunic. She's still asleep, tucked up like a dumpling, warm and pink. You tie the fabric across your chest, adjusting it until her weight feels secure. Your muscles groan in protest. Your knees click as you stand. First task, the chamber pot. You shuffle to it awkwardly, hoping not to leak. Second task, see if your legs still work well enough to carry you to the hearth. They do. Barely. Someone has left you a bit of oat porridge with dried berries and a sliver of hard cheese. You sit on the low stool and eat slowly, each bite sticking to your teeth. You're ravenous. It tastes like salvation. Historians still argue how long a new mother was allowed to rest. Some accounts suggest 40 days. Lying in, they called it, a kind of sacred rest, tied to both healing and ritual purification. But that was for women with means, noble women, townswomen with help. Not you. You're lucky to get 40 hours. By midday, you're on your feet again, swaying gently as you stir the cauldron with one hand and hold the baby with the other. Your oldest is yelling something outside about a pig stuck in the fence. Your husband pokes his head in briefly, then leaves just as fast. He doesn't want to interrupt. Or maybe he's just still unnerved by all that screaming. The baby begins to fuss. Hungry again, you murmur. You sit, unlatch the sling, and start to feed. This time, it's easier. She latches quickly. You stroke her hair. It's barely more than fuzz. Her tiny hand clutches your tunic. You exhale slowly. In the corner of the room, the blood-stained rags from birth are drying near the hearth. You should burn them, but not yet. There's something sacred about them still. Not holy, exactly. Just real. A reminder of what just happened. Of what you made. Of how your body nearly broke itself in two to bring someone new into the world. The afternoon passes in a slow, rhythmic haze. Feed, stir, feed, rest, feed. Walk outside for a moment to breathe in the frost-tinted air and realize your ankles are still swollen. The baby wails once, then twice. You rock her gently, whispering nonsense words and soft lullabies. And through it all, the ache in your hips returns like an old friend, not sharp, but deep and tired. A bone-level weariness. You remember hearing that some women never quite recover, that their bones stay loose, their joints never quite tighten again, a kind of permanent openness, like a door left ajar. Still, there's pride here, in your body, in the small, squirmy thing you now call daughter. You begin to think of names, something simple, something from your mother's mother, maybe, or a saint, but not too pious. She might never live up to it. There's a knock at the door. Beth again. She steps in without waiting, carrying a bundle of herbs and a loaf of coarse barley bread. For your bath, she says, pointing at the herbs. Boil it. Sit in it. A herbal sitz bath. You've heard of it. Comfrey, calendula, chamomile, soothing things, healing things. Also, the first bath you'll have in, well, a while. Thank you, you say, and mean it. Beth glances at the baby. She's strong, she says. Loud lungs. You smile. Beth doesn't linger. She's seen enough of post-birth cottages to know when to leave a woman to her own rhythms. As she walks away, you catch a glimpse of her graying braid, the confident gait of someone who's brought hundreds of babies into the world and seen just as many women survive. Barely. You boil the herbs. You pour them into a wide basin. You sink down into the steaming, fragrant water with a hiss of pain and relief. It stings, then soothes. You sit there, soaking, while the baby sleeps nearby in her swaddle. The fire crackles low. Outside, the sun is slipping behind the trees. You close your eyes. When you open your eyes again, the fire has dimmed to embers, glowing like sleepy eyes half lidded in the dark. The baby stirs in her wrap, making those tiny mouse-like squeaks that already feel familiar, like a new language you're slowly beginning to understand. You lift her carefully, pressing your nose to her head. She smells like smoke and skin, and something faintly sour. She smells like life. Someone has left a shallow dish of broth beside the hearth. Lukewarm now, but welcome all the same. You sip it slowly, feeling your insides unclench 1 degree at a time. The pain doesn't vanish, but it dulls, becomes manageable, like a stone you've decided to carry in your apron pocket. Your oldest comes in dragging a cracked bucket, announcing the goats have, once again, chewed through the fence. You nod sagely, like you're in full control of all barnyard logistics, even though your lower half still feels like wet wood. You rock slightly, back and forth, as you nurse the baby. Your tunic falls open to one side, exposing a breast that's swollen, veiny, and increasingly sore. She latches quickly now, her jaw working like a determined pup. The sensation is half pain, half tug, but strangely reassuring. She wants to live. You wrap her tighter in the sling and step out into the fading light for a moment. The sky is smeared with ash-colored clouds, and the air smells of chimney smoke and damp leaves. Your neighbor, an older woman named Magda, waves from her doorway. Back on your feet already? She calls. You shrug. Strong hips? She nods approvingly. Must be from your father's side. You don't bother correcting her. You don't even know which side your hips came from, but sure. Let's give Dad some credit for your birth canal. You hobble to the garden and pull a few late carrots, more for the rhythm of it than for necessity. The baby fusses against your chest, but quiets once you hum. Something old, half lullaby, half harvest chant, the same one your mother sang. Or maybe you're imagining that. Memory is soft now, like bread left too long by the fire. By the time you return indoors, the baby has spit up a bit of milk down your tunic. You dab it off with a dry rag, the same way you might wipe spilled ale off a bench. Motherhood has already dulled your sense of mess. The pain returns later in the evening. Not the sharp kind from labor, but the deep, steady ache of muscles that have been overused and underhealed. Your back twinges when you bend to adjust the fire. Your pelvis throbs when you sit for too long. Your hands, from supporting your own body weight during labor, feel swollen and stiff. Historians still debate whether women in rural areas had access to any kind of pain management beyond herbs and baths. Some texts mention poppy juice, a primitive version of an opiate, but it was scarce and usually reserved for the dying or the well-connected. You're offered instead a bit of honeyed ale and a poultice made of cabbage leaves and elderflower. The cabbage leaf smells terrible, but feels surprisingly cooling when wrapped around your lower abdomen. You allow yourself a chuckle. If anyone told you last week that a vegetable would be your midwife now, you might have laughed harder or cried. The baby wakes with a cry, thin, rasping, but persistent. You lift her with practiced arms, your hands already moving into rhythm. She's hungry again, always hungry. You feed her, burping her afterward by patting her gently over your shoulder while watching the flames dance. The house is quiet. Even the goats have stopped complaining. You feel the slow creep of exhaustion, that deep in the bone fatigue that no nap can touch. Your body wants to sink, but your mind, it's busy counting. Counting hours since birth, counting how many feedings, counting how many tears. There's a reason women passed down this knowledge orally. There was no time to write it all down, and no parchment to spare. So everything important was whispered from mother to daughter, aunt to niece, neighbor to neighbor. You remember scraps. If your milk comes in yellow, it's cursed. Don't sleep on your back. The spirits will press down. Wrap the baby's feet in rosemary on her third night. You'll probably try all of them, not because you believe in ghosts, but because belief doesn't matter when you're desperate for the baby to keep breathing. Someone, maybe your sister, once said that childbirth makes you disappear a little, that the woman who existed before the baby is gone. You disagreed at the time, but now you're not so sure. You are softer now, more cautious. You catch yourself checking the baby's chest to make sure she's still breathing, every few minutes. Even when you know she is, you wrap her again, tighter this time. Lay her in the cradle someone carved from an old cider barrel. The rocking makes a slight creak, but it soothes her. Soothes you, too. Before bed, if you can call it that, you wash your hands with a bit of ash soap and rub oil into your cracked knuckles. You whisper a quick prayer, not to the saints, not tonight, just out loud, to the dark, to whatever might be listening. Let her live. Let me live. Let us both live. The night is quiet, but never fully still. In the countryside, darkness doesn't bring silence. It brings new sounds. The soft rustle of straw settling under its own weight. The drip, drip, drip of a leaky eave. The occasional snore from someone sleeping too hard on too little. And of course, the baby's small whimper, somewhere between a sigh and a hiccup, that jerks you awake whether you're dreaming or not. You've arranged yourself on the straw pallet as best you can. It's uneven, pokes in odd places, and still smells faintly of the last child you birthed here. You curl around your daughter like a comma, careful to keep a bit of space between your belly and hers, though she seems determined to bury her face in your ribs anyway. A sudden gust of wind blows through the thatch above. Dust sprinkles down, settling in your hair like powder. You sigh. Fixing that will have to wait. She begins to cry. It's the thin, trembling wail of a newborn's first confused week of life. Loud enough to startle, soft enough to worry. You lift her, half asleep, and begin the soothing rituals. Rock, pat, whisper, nurse, pray, repeat. There's no clock here, of course. Only instinct, only the rhythm of the fire, the ache of your body, and the slow blink of stars visible through the roof cracks. You feed her again. She nuzzles and fusses. You pat her back and count the beats between hiccups. You've heard, somewhere, that in the cities, they baptize babies the same day they're born, just in case. Here, the priest is 3 miles away and doesn't come unless summoned. A cart ride in your current state? Absolutely not. So for now, you protect her the old-fashioned way, with salt in a pouch, a bit of blessed chalk under the cradle, and a whispered amen into her hair each time she sighs. The women earlier had mentioned calling the priest, just in case, they said, their voices careful and quiet. If she's not named and she dies, it's harder. One added, harder on who, exactly? The baby, the soul, or just the stories that get told afterward? Historians still argue about what people believe truly happened to unbaptized infants. Some thought they lingered in limbo. Others believed heaven had room for the innocent, with or without holy water. Either way, it's hard to think about such things while your daughter's heart beats steadily against your chest. She smells like wood smoke and milk, a little sour, a little sweet. You think of naming her Linnet, for the bird, small and fast. Or maybe Marianne, a family name, old as the hills. But no rush. The midwife says, wait. Don't tie her name down until she's tied to life. You return her to the cradle, slowly, like setting down a glass of water you don't want to spill. She stirs but doesn't wake. Her arms twitch once, twice. Startle reflex. They call it now. You'd call it witchcraft if it weren't so familiar. You sit back on the bed, every part of your body sighing in different directions. The fire has dimmed. You feed it with the last bits of kindling, then settle in to rest again. But rest is not sleep. Not yet. Your body hums with a soreness that goes beyond muscles. Your stomach cramps, a dull twisting that reminds you the womb isn't done shrinking. You press your hand to it, then decide to just lie still and endure. Your breasts ache again. Already, your tunic is damp, the linen sticking to your skin like parchment to glue. You'd love a fresh cloth, maybe even a proper wash. You'll get one tomorrow, or the day after. The wind rattles the shutters. Somewhere, an owl hoots. You drift for a moment, almost asleep, then jerk awake at a creak from the cradle. She's fine, just dreaming. You remind yourself that babies dream, too. Maybe of warmth, maybe of voices, maybe just of the heartbeat they used to know from the inside. You reach over, gently touch her head again, just to be sure. She sighs, you smile, then wince. Smiling uses muscles you didn't realize were sore. The hours stretch. You doze, wake, feed, shift, check the fire, repeat. It's a rhythm, a strange, sacred one. A lullaby in chores and aches and murmured prayers. You're not alone. You remind yourself. Millions of women have done this exact dance. Some still are. Right now, right as you breathe. Eventually, the black sky begins to lighten, just a whisper of gray at the horizon. You haven't slept more than 20 minutes in a row, but dawn still feels like a small victory. Outside, A rooster crows. Your neighbor's cart creaks to life. Somewhere, bread is baking. And here you are, a new mother again. Eyes stinging, feet swollen, heart full. You survived the night. The morning light seeps in slowly, filling the cottage with a dusty gold that does nothing to hide the clutter. A bowl tipped over from the night's broth. A rag soaked and stiff with blood. The fire's down to its last glowing whispers. But you've neither the strength nor the patience to rebuild it yet. The baby cries again, and your body answers automatically. Your breasts throb, hot and tight, the kind of ache that borders on anger. You shuffle across the room with her in one arm and ease onto the stool, wincing as your hips protest. She latches with vigor, like she's been waiting all night to yell at you. You stroke her back gently, shushing into her hair. All right, you whisper. We're both figuring this out. Your eldest comes in dragging a basket of kindling, tripping over the threshold. He stares at the baby with wide eyes, like he's just realized she's real. She's got your nose, he says. You snort softly. Poor thing. He deposits the wood by the hearth and, without being asked, begins stacking it. You watch him, marveling for a moment at how big he suddenly looks. Wasn't he this small just yesterday? You ask him to fetch water. He runs off with a clatter. You'll need it to wash up, to boil herbs, maybe even to soak your feet if time allows. You doubt it will. By the time he returns, the baby's fussed herself into hiccups. You pass her to him for a moment, just a moment, to stretch your arms. He holds her like she's a loaf of bread that might explode. Still, he's careful, gentle. She sneezes. He gasps. Did I break her? No, you say, laughing for real this time. Just dusty in here. You take her back, her warm little body sinking against yours like she belongs there. She probably does. Bethe returns mid-morning. This time, without ceremony, she lets herself in, tosses a satchel onto the table, and begins unpacking bits of dried root, cloth, and a small jar of something that smells like feet. She'll need swaddling better than that, she says, nodding at the baby's makeshift wrap. You don't argue. Instead, you watch her work, fingers fast and certain. She wraps your daughter in layers. First soft linen, then a tighter binding, arms to sides, legs straight as sticks. It looks uncomfortable, like a tiny bundle of firewood. But it's how it's done. Helps the limbs grow straight, Beth mutters, and keeps the spirits from pulling at them. You nod, not because you believe the spirits are lurking, but because the binding does seem to calm her. She settles into the wrap like it's an old habit. Beth inspects your belly next, prods gently, frowns. You've got pain? You nod. She hands you a cloth pouch filled with hot stones. For the cramping? And drink this. She pours a dark liquid into a chipped mug. It tastes like boiled bark and regret. It'll help the after pains, she says, tighten everything up. Historians still debate the purpose of certain postpartum tonics. Some had genuine anti-inflammatory properties. Others were more symbolic, bitter to remind the mother of life's harshness, or perhaps to chase away complacency. Either way, you drink. Beth stays to chat longer than usual, asking about the birth, the cord, the color of the afterbirth. You answer dutifully. She nods, filing it all away in her mental ledger. Not that she writes anything down. No one here does. But the village midwife is a walking archive of every woman's secrets. Yours are now hers. In a way, she warns you to watch for fever, for bleeding that won't stop, for the dull look in the eye. You nod again. You know the signs. Everyone does. You've seen them in others. You hope never to see them in yourself? Before leaving, Betha sprinkles a pinch of salt at the door to keep the shadows out, she says. Once she's gone, you sweep it up and put it in your cooking pot. Salt's expensive. The baby wakes with a sharp, urgent cry. Not hungry, just annoyed. You lift her, rocking softly. She smells like linen and sour milk. You hum again. That same lullaby with no beginning or end. As you sway, your body whispers its complaints. Your feet ache. Your wrists burn. Your spine feels like someone wrung it out like a wet cloth. Still, you sway. Historians still argue about how much help a new mother really received in rural households. Some accounts paint a rosy picture. Women tending to each other. Neighbors stepping in to manage chores. Others suggest a more isolating reality. Once the birth was over, it was back to business. In your case, it's a little of both. A neighbor leaves a loaf of rye by your door. Another offers to milk the goat for a few days, but by evening, the cottage is your world again. Just you, the baby, the fire, and the slow, painful stretch of healing. You put her down in her cradle and wrap a shawl around your shoulders. You sip thin soup. You adjust the swaddle again. You listen to the wind. And you wonder, not for the first time, how many more times you'll do this in your life. The wind rattles the shutters again that night, this time with more insistence. A storm is gathering its skirts in the dark, and you can feel it in your bones, especially in the ones still sore from splitting open to bring a baby into the world. You pull the shawl tighter around your shoulders and sit by the fire, the baby wrapped like a beetle in her cradle. You're not asleep. Sleep requires the kind of comfort and safety your life doesn't afford. You rest. You sit, with your eyes closed and your head tilted just enough to stop it from falling forward. The baby lets out a contented snore, barely louder than the soft crackle of burning wood. For the moment, everything is quiet. Then she shifts. She begins to cry. Not a sharp scream, but a drawn-out whimper. A mewling that winds around your heart like twine. You rise with a groan, every muscle reminding you what you've been through, and scoop her up. You check the swaddle, dry. Her skin, warm. Her breath, steady, still. She fusses, colicky. Your neighbor had said earlier that day, squinting like she could see inside your baby's stomach from 3 feet away. You can tell from the feet. You're not sure what feet have to do with it, but you nod anyway. Everyone in the village has an opinion on babies. One woman even suggested feeding her a spoonful of mashed peas mixed with honey and ale to settle her belly. You didn't ask for details. Historians still argue whether medieval infants were routinely given solid food in their first weeks. Some sources mention porridge and thin broth as early as day 3. Others insist exclusive breastfeeding was the norm, especially when food supplies were low and trust in animal milk was shakier than a drunk goat. Tonight, though, she doesn't want food. She wants movement. So you rock back and forth, in a rhythm older than language. You hum, lips barely moving, a song your mother sang when you were sick. You can't remember the words, but the melody is etched into your hands. Your mind wanders. You think of all the babies not born in cottages like this, noble babies in fine linens, with silver cups and nurses hired just to swaddle. You picture them crying just as loudly, just as often. You wonder if their mothers cry, too. No one tells you how often you'll cry after birth, not just from pain or exhaustion, but from a kind of breaking open that never really closes again. You cry for her, for yourself, for the next time, for the women who didn't survive their own labor, for your sister who bled too long, for the neighbor who buried her child after only 2 days, for the girls who will go through this without even knowing what's coming. The baby settles. Her breathing slows. You tuck her into the sling again, this time on your chest, skin against skin. Her heartbeat flutters like a moth. You return to the stool and sip some of the nettle broth Beth left earlier. It's bitter, earthy, slightly burnt, but warm. You shift in your seat and hiss quietly. Your back is a chorus of protests, and your hips feel like someone tried to twist them off with bare hands. Your bleeding is slowed, but not stopped. You can feel the damp cloth between your legs, heavier now. You know you'll need to check for clots later, just in case. Some women bled out days after labor, not with a scream, but with a sigh. So you watch. You monitor your pulse, your temperature, the color of your skin. You check for the chill that creeps up from the toes when something's wrong. You sniff the cloths, not because you want to, but because smell is often the first sign. Sour is normal. Sweet is bad. You're a healer now, too, like every mother must be. You shift again and press your hand against your belly, wincing as the uterus contracts. It's like a small fist, tightening each hour, trying to return to the size of a pear after stretching to hold a melon. You want to yell at it, or applaud, or both. Eventually, the baby sighs in her sleep, a long, contented exhale that makes your chest ache in a new way. She's okay. You're okay. For now. You lay her down in the cradle once more and watch her chest rise and fall. You count the breaths. You press your lips together and whisper the only spell you know. Stay. Outside, the storm breaks. Rain lashes against the roof. The wind howls like a thing alive. You imagine it snatching at windows, trying to get in. You pile another log onto the fire and pull the cradle a little closer. Then you sit, wrapped in shadows and silence, a quiet sentinel between one world and the next. Morning brings no sun, just a grayish smear across the sky and a soggy mist clinging to the door frame. The rain hasn't stopped. It patters softly on the thatched roof, steady as your heartbeat, turning the earth outside to slick ribbons of mud. Inside, the cottage smells of wet wool, smoke, and something faintly metallic. You wake with your neck at an angle that suggests it may never move properly again. The baby is curled against you like a bread roll, soft and warm. Her breath brushes your collarbone, light and damp. For a moment, you don't move. You just stare. Then she shifts and lets out a small, sharp cry. Just once. Then again. Your body moves before your brain catches up. Hands adjusting the sling, tunic lifted, breast offered. She latches quickly, drinking in small, greedy pulls. You wince. One nipple is cracked, and feeding feels like scraping it with bark. But still, you let her drink. There's no other choice. You breathe. You rock. You endure. By midday, the visitors begin to arrive. Not many, just a few village women, clutching baskets or swaddled bundles of cloth. They come to see the baby, to offer advice, to slip in gossip disguised as congratulations. She's got long fingers, musician's hands. Her ears are pointed, sign of cleverness or mischief. She smells like milk and ashes. That's good. Means she belongs here. You nod politely, even smile when they press gifts into your hands. Dried herbs, a crust of sweetbread, a tiny wooden charm carved into the shape of a lamb. Put this under her pillow, one woman whispers, eyes wide. Keeps the spirits at bay. You thank her. You'll put it somewhere. Maybe. But it's what no one says that lingers. The way they glance at the baby's eyes, check her breathing, watch her color. Everyone in this village has seen what happens when things don't go well. They've seen babies turn blue, go silent, stop eating. They've watched women fade within days, color drained from lips, eyes staring far too long. They don't speak of it, not aloud. But it's in the way they offer broth instead of bread, the way they ask, "How's your bleeding?" in whispers, when no one else is around. The way they glance toward the priest's house and then look away again. You sit on the stool while they bustle, nodding and smiling. You feel like a stone in a stream, unmoving while the current flows around you. Your body is healing, slowly. The cramps come in waves, smaller than contractions, but sharp enough to steal your breath. You sip from a mug filled with mugwort and motherwort, herbs steeped by the midwife herself. They taste bitter, like dirt and disappointment, but they help. A little. You adjust your sitting cloth again, folding it double. The bleeding is slower today. That's a good sign. Historians still argue whether women track their lochia, the weeks-long bleeding after birth, as closely as modern doctors recommend. Some sources suggest they did, watching for color changes and sudden stops. Others think it was just another thing to bear, no more or less noteworthy than cracked hands or missing teeth. You, personally, are watching it like a hawk. The baby sleeps through most of the visitors' chatter, her tiny fists curled like beans. Occasionally, she grunts, like she's annoyed at being discussed. When the guests leave, they leave behind crumbs and a few whispered warnings. Don't let the cat near her. It'll steal her breath. Don't sweep after sunset. Bad luck for newborns. Don't say her name aloud too soon. The fair folk might hear it. You nod. You nod to all of it. You may not believe, but you're not about to tempt anything. Not this soon. Not with so much still fragile and forming. You spend the rest of the afternoon near the fire, the baby in your lap, your legs stretched out on a rough woven stool. Your middle child plays quietly in the corner, stacking pebbles and muttering stories to himself. You glance at him and feel the same pang you did when he was the baby. That strange grief for a version of him that no longer fits in your lap. They keep growing. You just keep healing. At some point, you let yourself drift. You close your eyes, but don't fall asleep. You hover. That strange, postpartum state of not being awake but not truly resting either. Your body in one world, your thoughts trailing into another. You remember your own mother's hands, her voice when you were little, the way she used to hum while mending socks. She's been gone a while now. Fever. 2 winters ago. But her voice stays, especially in these quiet hours. She once said that having a baby is like holding fire in your hands. Beautiful, terrifying, and impossible to forget. You understand that now. You shift the baby again. Her eyelids twitch. Her mouth makes a soft, rhythmic suck in her sleep. She's dreaming. You don't know of what, but you hope it's warm. You wake from a half-sleep you didn't even realize you'd fallen into. The baby's mouth is twitching against your chest, rooting in her sleep. It's dusk again. Another day passed, folded neatly into the rhythm of feeding, rocking, checking the bleeding, sipping broth, and humming lullabies that never quite end. You try to stand. Your knees crack like old branches. Your back protests, but the fire needs tending. And there's still no one else here who remembers how to stack the wood so the embers catch just right. You lay the baby down, slowly, in her little cradle. Nothing more than a repurposed basket with an old lamb's wool lining. You whisper a few words under your breath. Not quite prayer, not quite rhyme, just something your mother once said. Sleep where you're safe, little flame. Then you're up again, out to the corner, grabbing a bundle of dry sticks and a fistful of moss to feed the fire. As you kneel, your lower belly aches, a steady pulse, like someone drumming a rhythm deep inside you. You exhale, one long breath through your nose. It will pass. It always does. Back at the hearth, you crouch, arranging the moss just so, coaxing the glow to life with a practiced hand. The warmth rises, licking your cheeks. You close your eyes and lean forward, letting it kiss your skin. And that's when you hear it. A low wailing. Not the baby. Not a human at all. The church bells. 2 slow tolls. Your heart stutters. You wait, holding your breath, listening. No more bells follow. You exhale. That means it's not a death. Just a warning. Someone's fallen ill. Maybe. Or someone's child is fading. The baby stirs in her basket. You rush to her without thinking, scooping her up and holding her tightly to your chest. Her warmth grounds you. Her soft whimpering reminds you she's still here. You bounce gently, whispering nonsense. Not for us. Not this time. The bells toll only for the ones who don't make it. In the old ways, if a woman died in childbirth, the bell would ring once for her and once for the child. 2 chimes meant a double passing. But tonight, the sound fades. The baby breathes. You place her down again, your hands lingering on her chest just long enough to feel it rise and fall. You sit back, breathing slowly. Outside, the rain has stopped, but the air is thick with moisture. Your joints ache. You feel old, and yet alive. You sip the last of the herbal tea, now cold. The bitter taste makes you grimace. Still, you drink it down. It's meant to shrink the womb, cleanse the blood, and restore your feminine humors, whatever those are. You're not sure if you feel more balanced or just more tired. Historians still argue whether the theory of humors truly dictated medical practice in peasant life, or whether it was more like background noise, a system the learned folk clung to while villagers stuck to what worked: nettles, rest, salt baths, and sheer stubbornness. You glance at the baby again. She's wiggling, her little fists punching at the air like a boxer in a dream. You lift her, this time wrapping her against you as you walk slowly around the room. Step, rock, hum, Repeat. You pass the shelf of dried herbs, your grandmother's shelf. Once, you finger a bundle of chamomile and wonder whether to make a poultice for your sore wrists, or maybe soak your feet again. Then you laugh softly, as if you have time for such luxury. You glance at the baby again, adjust her in the sling. Her breathing is regular now, deeper. You move toward the window, the real one, not the rag-covered hole, and lift the wooden shutter. Outside, the night is settling over the village like a wool cloak. Smoke rises in lazy threads from distant chimneys. A dog barks once, then goes quiet. The path between cottages is glistening with puddles and moonlight. You wonder what the others are doing. Which mother is nursing? Which girl is soaking cloths in the corner of her home? Blood dripping between her knees. Praying she won't be the one the bell tolls for next. It's a hard thought, but it's real. You whisper again, this time more firmly. Not tonight. The baby snorts. You look down. She's drooling onto your shoulder. You smile despite yourself. There's something sacred in the ordinary, you think. In these little moments, the drool, the weight of her, the ache in your back. You've stepped into the quiet mystery of survival, of keeping something small alive in a world that forgets so easily. You tuck the baby in again and begin to tidy. You sweep a little, rearrange the firewood, shake out the sleeping cloth. It's not much, but it's something. Then you return to the cradle, settle the baby in, and kneel beside her, one hand resting on her belly, just for a moment, just to feel the breath again. The sun rises sluggishly, hidden behind a blanket of low gray clouds. Another damp morning, another aching back. You stretch slowly on the edge of your bed, careful not to wake the baby nestled in her cradle. She's still sleeping, her lips parted slightly, one tiny fist pressed against her cheek like she's already contemplating taxes. Your breasts are sore again, heavy. The right one has begun to harden near the side, and when you touch it, a dull, stinging pain answers. You wince and mutter under your breath, probably a blocked duct. You've been told to apply a warm compress, or better yet, let the baby nurse it loose. So you do. You lift her gently, guide her to latch, and settle back. The relief is immediate and only partial. The sucking tugs at your nerves like a knotted thread. You breathe through it. She drinks noisily, like a tavern goer at last call. As she eats, your other child comes in, your middle one, still small enough to climb onto your lap uninvited, but old enough to ask if the baby gets all the good milk. You pull him into your side and press a kiss to his head. He smells of mud and raw turnip, somehow both comforting and suspicious. I'll make you porridge, you say, soon. Breastfeeding is not glamorous. It's sticky, uneven, and constant. And yet, here you are, feeding two children in two different ways, with one body that still hasn't finished bleeding. You glance down. Your tunic is damp with leaked milk. Again. You adjust your wrap and rise, moving like a woman double her age. You stir the pot on the hearth. Thin oats and water, seasoned with the faintest pinch of salt. The baby dozes on your shoulder while your son tugs at your apron and asks about goats. Again. He doesn't remember when he was the baby, but you do. You remember sitting like this, aching like this, nursing one while preparing food for another. You remember thinking, how do women do this over and over again? The answer is, You do it because you have to. You ladle out the porridge into 2 cracked wooden bowls, one for the child, one for yourself. The baby makes a small noise, dreaming again. Her mouth twitches into something that might be a smile or gas. Who can say? You sit with your son on the floor, legs crossed, both of you slurping your bland breakfast as if it's a royal feast. He talks through his bites about worms, about frogs, about the neighbor's dog that keeps stealing bread. You nod, mouth full, gaze flicking between him and the baby. Somewhere between bites, you feel it again, that pull in your chest, a sense of stretching in 2 directions at once. You are mother to both, but also still trying to remember yourself. After the meal, you send him outside. The rain has stopped. He runs off barefoot, chasing chickens with the intensity of a knight on a holy quest. You turn your attention back to the baby, changing her wrappings with one hand while wiping spilled porridge from the floor with the other. The cloth is stained again, dark reddish brown, still bleeding, though less than yesterday. A good sign. You wrap her snug again. Swaddling keeps her warm, keeps her still. Some say it keeps the devil from twisting her limbs in the night. You don't know about that. But you do know she sleeps better this way. She fusses, just a little, and you pick her up again. You pat her gently, whispering the same nonsense rhyme you've been saying all week. Something about milk and moonlight, tuck in tight. You don't remember when you started saying it. Maybe your mother did. Or maybe it just came out one night, tired and half-sung. Historians still debate how long medieval women breastfed. Some records say up to 2 years, sometimes longer. Others say many women weaned early, out of necessity, or because another pregnancy pushed the body into its next job. You think of that now. The moment you stop bleeding, you know the clock resets. Fertility returns whether you're ready or not. And here, where birth control is superstition and rhythm is luck, you know your next pregnancy could begin before this child even learns to crawl. It's a brutal truth wrapped in linen. One you're too tired to face fully yet. For now, you sing. Your voice is low, half melody, half sigh. The baby drifts again, breath deepening. You sway where you stand, the weight of her pulling you gently back into rhythm. Out the window, you see Magda, your neighbor, kneeling by her herb garden. She looks up and waves. You wave back, the baby tucked into your shoulder like a secret. You think about asking Magda later for more fennel seeds. They help with milk, or so people say. You'll try anything? The baby shifts. Her small mouth opens wide in a yawn that seems too big for her face. You smile. There's laundry to do, a floor to sweep, cloths to rinse. You'll do it slowly, between feedings, between aches, between whispers to your children that they are safe and seen. You are tired, leaking, sore, but you are not broken. The rain returns by midday, soaking the earth in steady sheets. It turns the path outside your door into a ribbon of muck, glistening with puddles and prints from bare feet and hooves. Inside, the cottage smells of damp wool, peat smoke, and boiled cabbage. You settle the baby near the fire, bundled tightly, still sleeping. Her breath comes in soft, snuffly puffs, her lips twitching now and then. You use the quiet to stir a pot of stew and knead the dough for flatbread. Each movement is deliberate, slow. You've learned the pace you must keep now, quick enough to keep things from burning, but careful enough not to tear open healing wounds. There's a knock. You open the door to find Father Henri, robes damp from the rain, his fingers tucked into his sleeves. Behind him stands young Jacob, the altar boy, holding a small satchel. We heard. The priest says simply. You nod. Of course they heard. In a village this size, every sneeze echoes like a trumpet. I've come to perform the rite. You hesitate. She hasn't been named yet. That's fine, he says, his voice warm and practiced. We can give her a baptismal name for now, something to tie her to grace. Historians still debate how often infants were baptized within days, even hours, of birth. In the Church's eyes, baptism wasn't just symbolic. It was urgent. The sooner, the better. In towns and cities, this often meant a rush ceremony at the local chapel. In rural places like yours, the priest came to the child. You bring her to him, still swaddled. She squints up at the sky leaking through the doorway, then tucks her head into your chest like she disapproves of the weather. Father Henri smiles. We'll keep it simple. You sit near the hearth. The priest kneels and opens a small flask of holy water. He dips 2 fingers and touches her brow. She will be known as Margaret, he says softly, the name curling through the room like a wisp of steam. It's not the name you planned, but it feels like something old, solid, grounded. You whisper it, testing the shape on your tongue. Margaret. She hiccups, approves, perhaps. The priest murmurs the rest. Latin phrases, familiar prayers, holy oil touched to her head. He blesses you too, a hand briefly on your shoulder. You feel the weight of it long after he leaves. Afterward, you sit with Margaret tucked against your shoulder, the warmth of her small body grounding you. The rain beats more insistently on the roof now. You watch it in silence. Strange how one name can make her feel more real. Before, she was the baby. Now she is someone. You hum to her as you rock. The older children crowd near. Your son wants to hold her. You help him, steadying her head in the crook of his arm. He whispers, "Hello, Margaret," like he's just been let in on a secret. Your daughter, older by just a few years, offers to fetch rosemary from the garden, to hang by the cradle for protection. You send her, knowing the act itself is more important than the result. In truth, most protection is ritual. A name, a plant, a mark above the door. Small gestures against the vast uncertainty that motherhood brings. As the day wanes, you begin to think about feeding her again. She stirs, her face screwing into a red knot of need. You lift her, bring her to your breast. This time, it's smoother. She latches easily. You exhale, settling back into the chair with a groan that's part pain, part relief. She feeds as the fire crackles, as your older children giggle at some shared joke, as the stew simmers on the edge of boiling. Outside, the rain slows. You hold her until she drifts back into sleep, then lay her gently in her cradle. You tuck the rosemary sprig your daughter picked into the cradle's frame. It smells sharp and green. You whisper the name again, just to yourself. Margaret. The one who came through. Margaret sleeps. You don't dare move too far. You know better than to tempt the gods of chance and colicky babies. Instead, you sit beside the cradle, one hand resting lightly on its edge, swaying it just enough to maintain her rhythmic breath. The fire is steady now, casting lazy shadows across the floor. And for a fleeting moment, the cottage feels like a place of peace. You hum, not a song, really, just something soft and tuneless, born of quiet hours and repetition. It seems to help. Your older daughter appears in the doorway, her cheeks flushed from the cold, apron streaked with mud. She carries a bundle of kindling in one arm and something small in her hand. A shell, she says, holding it out. For the baby. You take it, brushing your thumb over its ridges. A snail shell, smooth and spiral, the kind children collect in spring and forget by supper. But today is a treasure. She can have it when she's older, you say, tucking it beside the rosemary sprig. Thank you. Your daughter smiles, proud. Then she wanders off again, chasing after her brother, who's just sprinted by with a wooden spoon and no clear objective. You turn back to Margaret. She stirs, face pinched, fists tight, then settles again. You can see the faint blue trace of a vein beneath her temple, and for a moment it feels like a map, delicate, essential, terrifying. You remember how you used to count the seconds between her breaths. You still do. Sometimes, without even meaning to. There's a lull in the afternoon. The chores are done. Enough, at least. You sit, you breathe, and then you sing. Not the lullabies, not the soft rhymes or quiet prayers. This is different. A song your grandmother used to sing at twilight, when the day had emptied and the night was still deciding what kind of darkness it would be. It's a mourning song, but not sad, just low and old, about a cradle and a mother and a child who grew to plant trees. You don't remember all the verses, no one ever does, but you sing what you can. The cradle creaks with each sway, wooden legs gently shifting against the floor. Margaret sleeps with her mouth open, cheeks pink. You think she might be dreaming again. Historians still debate how much lullabies were used to soothe babies versus soothe the women who sang them. In your case, it's both. The rhythm quiets your thoughts, gives your hands something to do, makes the silence less heavy. Outside, the sky dims. You light another candle. Beeswax. Precious. Saved for these hours between sunset and the first stars. Its light is warmer than the fire's, somehow softer. You place it near the cradle. Then you sit back, watch the flame, and let your mind wander. You think of other cradles, the one you slept in, long burned, no doubt. The one you carved with your husband last spring, the one that broke when the dog used it as a bed, the makeshift one from an old grain basket, used for the baby who didn't stay. Not every baby gets a cradle, and not every cradle gets a name whispered over it, but this one has both. Margaret, you whisper again. The candle flickers. You hear the wind shift, brushing against the walls like a memory. The cottage creaks, just once, like a yawn, and you settle deeper into your shawl. This is the hour that always feels longest. Not day, not yet night. The in-between hour, the waiting hour. So you wait. The baby dreams. And in the quiet, you begin to hum again, not to ward off sleep, but to welcome it. A cradle song, sung not just to the child, but to the ache in your spine, the heaviness in your arms, the parts of you that are still catching up to the reality that you are once again a mother and always will be. Margaret's cry cuts through the dark just as you've begun to doze. It's sharp this time, desperate, with that unmistakable edge of hunger. You rouse slowly, bones creaking like wood soaked in years. Your feet hit the floor, and you shuffle over to the cradle, lifting her out with practiced care. You whisper, "I know, I know," as if language itself will ease her panic. She's rooting already, mouth open, cheek searching. You pull her to your chest, and she latches without hesitation. Her mouth works, cheeks fluttering with effort. And the pain, still there, eases with each suck. It's always like this. You begin with a wince and end with a sigh. It's the third feeding since dusk, or the fourth. You've lost count. With her secured against you, you move quietly around the cottage. The fire has dimmed, so you stoke it with one hand. The warmth creeps back in. A breeze snakes through a crack near the door, and you make a mental note, again, to patch it with something thicker than cloth. You sit back down. Margaret's still nursing. Your free hand massages the breast that aches the most. A lump has formed, tight as a stone. You work it slowly, gently, until the sting fades. You hope it clears on its own. You've heard of women who develop abscesses, who burn with fevers so fierce they can barely speak. You don't want to be one of them. And so you keep feeding. The topic of milk is never far from your mind these days. Whether there's enough, whether it's strong, whether she's growing. You judge her health not by charts, but by the roundness of her cheeks and the sound of her swallow. You check her nappies with the scrutiny of a priest inspecting relics. You think of the other women, some who couldn't nurse at all, whose babies cried until they were hoarse. You remember one who tried cow's milk, watered down, thickened with barley flour. The child died after 2 days. Another found a wet nurse 2 villages over, but not everyone had such luck. Historians still debate how women knew which herbs helped with milk. Was it trial and error, or knowledge passed down? You think it's both. You remember your aunt grinding fenugreek seeds, stirring them into boiled oat water, whispering that it draws the milk to the front of the chest. You remember your mother rubbing mashed garlic on her feet during nursing. Something about blood circulation, she claimed. You've tried both. You'll try more if needed. After Margaret finishes, you burp her over your shoulder. She rewards you with a satisfying grunt. You pat her back until she sighs and slumps into your shoulder like dough. Now comes the ritual of sleep again. Swaddling, humming, pacing across the floorboards in slow, familiar loops. You murmur nonsense. Little mouse, little bean, little squawk in the night. You press a kiss to her fuzzy hair and rock. Sleep doesn't come easily this time. She squirms, opens her mouth, and protests again. You check her. Dry. You offer the other breast. She refuses. You try patting, swaying, whispering. She's inconsolable. It may be her belly, gas, maybe. Or maybe it's just the deep animal confusion of being alive, outside the womb, in a world filled with cold and flickering lights and smells that make no sense. So you carry her. For a long time, you carry her. Eventually, you resort to the warm rock trick, placing a smooth oven-warmed stone wrapped in cloth near her belly as you lay her across your lap. You've seen it done before. You don't know if it works, but something about the heat seems to ease her little sighs into silence. She sleeps. You breathe. And then comes the chore of night weaning. Not now. Of course, she's too young, but it's already on your mind. How to stretch the gaps between feedings. How to convince her that sleep isn't an enemy. There are women who say they swaddle tightly and let the baby cry, and others who whisper about giving small tastes of poppy milk. You'd never. Still, you understand the desperation. You wrap Margaret once more, lay her in the cradle, and this time she stays asleep. You sag into your stool, hands pressed to your thighs. You watch her for a long while, her breath, her chest rising in rhythm with the wind outside. The fire sighs. You reach for a cloth and begin washing your breast with warm water. It's cracked, angry. You dab with honey, your last spoonful, and wrap a scrap of linen around it. It stings. It heals. You whisper a quiet prayer, not to any saint in particular, just to the air, for milk to stay, for sleep to come. Outside, the wind settles. Inside, the baby dreams again. The morning creeps in with quiet persistence. No rooster yet, no shouting children. Just the pale gray of daybreak filtering through the patchy shutter, settling in corners like dust. You shift slowly, testing your muscles one by one. Neck, sore. Shoulders, sore. Back, sore in new and impressive ways. But your feet work, and so does your breath. That's enough. Margaret stirs with a soft grunt. You reach for her before the whimper becomes a wail. She's dry, warm, hungry. You settle back with her at your breast, both of you curling into the rhythm of it. Her eyes blink slowly, unfocused, barely tethered to this world. You hum without realizing it. The oldest is up now, creeping across the floor like a mouse and pretending he didn't just knock over the cooking ladle. He whispers, "I want eggs." "We have oats," you reply, smiling, without opening your eyes. He pouts. He knows eggs are a luxury. A hen might offer one if she's warm enough. And the hens are wet today. You'll check on them later? Or you'll ask your daughter to. Once Margaret finishes, you wrap her in your shawl and pass her to her sister, who perches proudly on the edge of the bed like she's holding a scroll from the king. "I'll rock her," she says solemnly. You nod, kneading your lower belly gently with one hand. The cramping hasn't stopped. It never stops. It just fades into the background. A dull roar replaced by the baby's fussing, the smoke sting, and the long list of things to carry. Clean, scrub, and sew. Your bleeding continues. 2. Slow, but steady. The cloths are already soaking in a bucket near the door. You pull out a fresh one and fold it into your underlayers. Wincing slightly, you'll wash the others when the sun returns. If the sun returns, then you get to your feet. Time to check the herbs. You've hung sprigs of yarrow, sage, and dried rose hips above the hearth. Nearby sits the dried bundle of mugwort, used for protection, for milk, for moon things, depending on who you ask. Mugwort can help with dreams or curses or unwanted pregnancies. That last one sits heavy on your mind. Birth control, in your world, is less science and more suggestion. A bitter tea taken at the right time. A charm worn near the hips. A whispered prayer to St. Margaret. Yes, same name. Patroness of childbirth. Some say she guards against pregnancy, too, if you ask nicely. Others say she just watches you suffer politely. Historians still argue whether medieval women truly believed in birth control or simply resigned themselves to fate. But you know women. You know how desperation sharpens creativity. You've heard whispers behind barns, at rivers, near fires when the men have gone to sleep. honey and oil, boiled pennyroyal, wild carrot seed. Some women swear they work, others just hope. You've tried some of them before. Sometimes they worked. Sometimes Margaret happened. You love her. Already. Fiercely. But you are tired. And you are terrified. Because you know what happens when your bones haven't yet healed and your belly begins to swell again. You've seen women break open too soon. You've buried them. You look over at Margaret, now tucked under her sister's arm, drooling gently. She seems oblivious to your worries. She is new. She is now. She is yours. You stir the pot hanging over the fire. Barley, with a few chopped greens you managed to salvage yesterday. It smells like earth and effort. You scoop bowls for the children. Then sit and eat what's left straight from the ladle. After breakfast, you sneak outside while the baby sleeps. The wind has dried the mud just enough to hold your footprints. You walk carefully to the garden, crouch down, and begin to pull weeds from around the sage. It's meditative in its own way. Dirt under your nails, cold seeping through your knees. You think better when your hands are busy. You think about your cycle, about how long you might have before it returns, about the plants you've dried, and what you might ask Beth for, without having to say the word. You think about your husband, too. He's been distant since the birth, not cruel, just quiet, perhaps unsure, perhaps afraid of breaking something fragile in you, or perhaps he's just sleeping better than you are. You pluck a sprig of rue and tuck it into your apron. They say it repels more than just insects. Back inside, Margaret has begun to cry again. Your daughter stands over her, helpless. She doesn't want rocking anymore. You take her back into your arms. Her tiny body presses into you like she's trying to disappear. You feed her. You whisper. You sway. When she's asleep again, you lie down on the bed and close your eyes. Just for a moment, you wake with the baby still on your chest and a jolt of guilt in your stomach. The room is quiet, but the light tells you more time has passed than you meant. Your older children are nowhere in sight, which either means they're playing nicely or causing low-grade destruction involving livestock. You listen. No screaming. That's promising. You shift carefully, trying to sit up without waking Margaret. She stirs, sighs, and returns to sleep, her breath warm against your collarbone. You place a hand over her back, feeling the rise and fall, the tiny beats of her heart. Then your eyes catch something. Blood. Again. Not heavy, but more than you'd hoped to still see. You grimace, rise slowly, and shuffle toward the corner where a fresh cloth waits. Your inner thighs are sticky, your lower belly sore. You swap the old for the new, folding it tightly between your legs with the automatic skill of a woman who's done this many, many times before. Your hand brushes the edge of the cradle as you pass, and you pause. Margaret's tiny face is turned toward you, lips puckered, hands twitching in dreams. You lean down and kiss her temple. You love her. You are also scared of what she means, because your bleeding hasn't stopped. Your bones haven't healed. Your milk only just came in properly, and already, you know what's coming. Your husband returns late in the afternoon. He doesn't knock. He never does. He slips in quietly, smelling of sweat, hay, and wet wool. His face is lined from a day in the field. He glances at the baby, but doesn't approach. Instead, he hangs his cloak by the door and nods at the children. who greet him with cautious cheer. He eats the stew you left warming on the hearth. You sit across from him, the baby sleeping in your lap. You talk about the weather, the goats, the tools that need mending. Not once does he ask how you feel. Not once do you tell him. When the children are asleep, the fire low, and Margaret tucked back in her cradle, you know what he expects, and you dread it. There are rules, spoken and unspoken, about when a woman is expected to return to her duties. The church says 40 days. The village says 2 weeks, maybe 3, depending on the season. But your body says, not yet. Please, not yet. You curl up on the edge of the bed, facing the cradle, your back to him. The silence between you is heavy, but you don't move. And tonight, neither does he. You exhale. Relief. Temporary. Historians still debate how common postnatal abstinence was in peasant life. Some records suggest women negotiated long waiting periods, citing healing, holiness, or just exhaustion. Others suggest that their consent was rarely a factor. In your case, you suspect it'll be more complicated. In the morning, you stir early. Margaret wakes hungry, her cries high and sharp. You nurse her, swaying gently, watching the firelight paint lines across the wall. You begin to plan your day before your feet even hit the floor. You'll fetch water, check the bleeding, boil new cloths, see if Magda can spare any more mugwort. You might ask Beth, quietly, about the carrot seed brew. You'll say it's for someone else. She'll know it's for you. You're not ready. Not again. Not so soon. After feeding, you clean Margaret with a rag dipped in warm water. She coos at the touch, her eyes finally beginning to focus. You think she sees you, really sees you. Don't worry, you whisper. You're enough for now. You don't speak of it to your daughter, or your neighbor, or even Beth when she stops by with dried nettle and fresh bread. But it hums under your skin like a second pulse. The knowledge, the fear. Pregnancy can happen again now. Your body is a house with too many doors and not enough locks. Later that day, you visit the edge of the woods. You leave the baby with your oldest and walk quietly to a spot where the herbs grow wild, pennyroyal, if it hasn't died off yet. You kneel, fingers brushing the damp earth. You don't pick it. Not yet. You just look, and then you whisper something. Not a prayer. Exactly. Just a wish. Let me rest. Let me keep her. Let this be enough. The wind shifts. A drier current rolls in from the east, and you can smell the difference. Less smoke, more soil. Spring is inching forward in the way it always does in these parts, reluctantly, with plenty of setbacks. Margaret is 5 weeks old now. Her eyes stay open longer each day, and she's begun to track your face. You catch her staring sometimes, as if memorizing you. It's unsettling and wonderful. You wonder what she sees. A woman holding herself together, with swaddling cloth and determination. You tie her onto your chest, snug beneath a shawl, and make your way to the hearth. The pot is nearly empty. Again. Your oldest is due back from collecting turnips, and you know he'll be hungry enough to chew the handle off the stirring spoon. You add barley to the pot and stir it slowly, shifting your weight from foot to foot. The bleeding has slowed. Your hips still ache when the weather's wet, and your wrists feel brittle when you carry anything heavier than Margaret. But your body is knitting itself back together, stitch by painful stitch. You feel stronger. Then you feel guilty for feeling stronger, because part of you has already begun to forget the birth. Not the pain exactly, but the edges of it. Like a dream dissolving in daylight. It scares you. How fast the memory is softening. You want to remember, not just the agony, but the pride. The way you didn't scream when the cord tightened. The way you caught her when the midwife's hands weren't fast enough. The way your own heart kept time while hers learned how to beat outside of you. You sit down, baby still nestled close, and begin to shell dried peas into a pot. The rhythm is comforting. Tap, pop, tap, pop. Your daughter hums behind you as she sweeps, singing a song she learned from Magda about geese and saints. Your son comes in with a smudge of mud on his face and something dead in his pocket. You don't ask. This is the season of halfway rest. You're no longer newly delivered, but not fully returned. The children need you. The fields will need you. The goats certainly need you, and won't be polite about it. Still, you try to carve out the in-between moments. This morning, you walked to the stream with Margaret. You dipped her feet in. She cried, then laughed. The sound startled you. You don't remember the other babies laughing so soon. Or maybe you just didn't notice. This time, you're trying to notice everything. She rolls more now. Her neck is stronger. You no longer fear she'll snap like a reed if held wrong. You kiss her belly, and she grunts like a little boar. It's delightful. Later that evening, the old women gather again. This time, it's to prepare for the spring blessing. You sit near them with Margaret asleep in the crook of your arm. They talk of crops, of the king's tax, of a girl in the next village who gave birth to twins and hasn't been seen since. You listen. You don't speak, because you are now one of them. Not just a woman, but a mother. Again. Someone who's known blood and breath and the hollow terror of waiting for a child to cry. You carry that in your bones now. Beth joins you near the fire as the others prepare bundles of dried lavender and ash for the blessing. She hands you a flask. For your husband, she says with a smirk. You raise an eyebrow. It's nothing strong, she adds. Just fennel and mint. Good for slowing things down. Buy you a bit more time. You nod slowly, tucking it into your apron. Maybe he'll drink it. Maybe he won't. But you appreciate the gesture. The other women cackle at a joke you didn't catch. One lifts Margaret into her arms and begins whispering to her in a language older than Latin. Older than the village. You think it's a blessing. You hope it is. Historians still argue about how long postpartum customs lasted in villages like yours. Some say 6 weeks marked the transition. Others say it was less about weeks and more about how quickly you could walk, kneel, and bend without crying. You passed that test 3 days ago, scrubbing the floor with Margaret tied to your back. You look up at the sky. It's pale blue now, with clouds like smudged chalk. The wind is soft. The cradle is quiet. The stew is nearly done. You are still tired, but less so. You pick up Margaret and whisper her name again, softly into her hair. Her breath smells like milk and salt. You let your eyes close for just a moment, then you open them again. Because this season isn't just survival. It's noticing. You wake to Margaret's fingers in your mouth, not pulling or pinching, just resting there, as if she's making sure you're still real. Her eyes are wide, unblinking. She stares at you the way only infants do, without expectation, without judgment, as if your sleep-rumpled hair and dried milk stains are the most natural thing in the world. You smile, then stretch. Your body doesn't ache as sharply today. The soreness has dulled into something familiar. Background music, not a soloist. The bleeding is all but gone. You check the cloth beneath your tunic. A spot, faint and brown. That's all. You made it. You feed Margaret while the sun inches its way through the morning fog. She nurses with enthusiasm now, like she's known how to do this forever. She stops halfway to smile up at you, milk leaking from one corner of her mouth. You laugh. Your daughter braids your hair for you, crookedly, with too much tug. But it feels like a ritual, something that ties you to yourself again. After breakfast, you wrap Margaret and step outside. The ground is soft from last night's rain. The garden is green, timid shoots pushing up through the soil. You breathe in the scent of damp herbs, wet wood, and the faint sweetness of wildflowers returning to bloom. Your neighbor waves from her doorway, holding a crying toddler on one hip and a bucket in the other. "She's sleeping better yet," she calls. You nod. When she feels like it, she laughs. "Aren't we all?" Back inside, the house is loud with chores, children arguing over kindling, someone singing badly, the occasional crash that you hope isn't structural. But through it all, Margaret sleeps against you, wrapped tightly and swaying with your steps. She's heavier now. You can feel it in your shoulders. Later, you lay her on the bed and let her stretch out, watching her kick and flail like a beetle on its back. Her legs are stronger, her neck steadier, her gaze clearer. She gurgles and yells at the rafters like they're part of some ongoing negotiation. You lie beside her, cheek to straw mattress, and whisper her name. She turns toward the sound. Margaret. You don't say it out loud every time you think it, but it pulses in your head now with a kind of weight. She has become herself. And you are becoming again, too. That evening, you light a new candle, one you've saved since winter. The flame catches and burns slow. You press a warm cloth to your belly, not because it hurts, just because it feels good to treat your body kindly. After all it has done, you write Margaret's name on a small scrap of parchment and tuck it under the cradle lining. Not for any spell or ritual, just to say, she was here. She is here. Historians will never write your name. They won't know how your back bent to fetch herbs in the rain, how your hand stitched cracked skin back to purpose, how your breath returned to you in pieces. But she will know. Somehow. Tomorrow, you'll scrub the walls. You'll carry water. You'll go down to the stream with the other women and soak your feet in the cold, muddy bank. You'll ask Beth for more yarrow. You'll laugh when someone says your child looks like a monk. You'll return, again and again, to this place of work and noise and rhythm. But tonight, you rest. Margaret is asleep in her cradle, a bundle of cloth and breath and mystery. The fire is low. The shutters creak. The candle flickers. You breathe. You are still tired, but you are no longer broken. Now, let your body soften. Let your shoulders drop a little lower. Your jaw unclench. Your eyes grow heavier with the warmth of firelight and memory. Let the sounds of the cottage fade. Crackling wood, rain on thatch, the hush of a sleeping child. You've walked with her through the rough edges of birth, through pain wrapped in linen, through old songs and whispered names. You've felt her ache, her fear, her strength, threaded gently into every motion, every heartbeat. Now she rests, and so do you. Outside, the night curls around the village like a shawl. The moon watches gently through slats and shutter cracks. Somewhere a cradle rocks. Somewhere another mother hums the same old song. Your breath deepens. Your hands, still, are enough. Your body, imperfect and healing, has already carried the impossible. So for now, for this moment, for this quiet pocket of sleep between cries and dawn, just be. Let the flicker of candlelight carry you to dreams. Let Margaret's tiny heartbeat echo like a lullaby in your mind. Let go. You made it. Sweet dreams. Why? Hygiene was a struggle for medieval women. We're traveling back to a time before plumbing, before shampoo, and certainly before 3-in-1 body wash. You're waking up on a lumpy straw mattress in the year 1327. It's dark. It's cold. There's something moving in the straw, and you're pretty sure it's not your cat. Your skin itches. Your hair feels damp, but not in a good way. Welcome to a medieval morning as a woman, where personal hygiene is more of a concept than a routine. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this. You blink awake in your shared one-room home. You're the first up, because of course you are. Someone has to start the fire, if there's wood left. Your mattress is a sack stuffed with straw and a few sprigs of sweet-smelling herbs, meant to mask the stench of mildew and sweat. Spoiler, it doesn't. It's scratchy, damp from last night's fog, and crawling with lice. A faint warmth lingers under your blanket, courtesy of your younger siblings, huddled next to you like puppies. There's no privacy. There's no sleepwear, either. You're sleeping in the same coarse woolen shift you'll wear all day. That shift hasn't been properly laundered in. Longer than you'd like to admit. You sit up slowly, careful not to knock your head on the low beams, and immediately your nose wrinkles. Your own scent hits you, something between old butter and wet wool. But it's not just you. The air in the cottage is a cocktail of body odor, smoke, livestock, and stale bread, a fine medieval perfume. There's no mirror, of course. You gauge your appearance by touching your face and checking if anything sticks to your fingers. Your hair, braided tightly last week, has mostly held its form. A rat chewed off the end of your ribbon again. You'll have to find another scrap of something to tie it back with. That means you'll be rummaging through the storage chest again, praying the mice haven't nested in the clean cloth. The floor beneath your bare feet is packed earth, cold and damp. You don't own shoes, not for indoors. You trudge outside to empty the chamber pot into the midden heap, which is dangerously full, overflowing. In fact, thanks to last week's rain, you make a mental note. Don't step behind the compost pile barefoot again. There's no toothbrush, no deodorant, no basin of warm water waiting. You splash your face with water from the bucket. If you're lucky, it isn't frozen, and rub it with a stiff scrap of linen. Congratulations, you're now washed. Your teeth? You might chew a twig later, if one's handy. But you're not worried. Most people you know have blackened teeth or none at all. This, by the way, is a good morning. You're not menstruating. You're not giving birth. No one in your family has died of dysentery this week. The fire hasn't gone out, and the smoke is only making your eyes water a little. Outside, the village slowly rouses. You hear someone shouting about a missing chicken. Someone else is coughing, deep, rattling. Probably Agnes. Again. You make a note not to share any mugs with her. Now, you head to the hearth. Breakfast is bread, and, if you're fortunate, a smear of something. Lard. Maybe. You tear off a hunk and chew it thoughtfully while pulling your shift straight. There's no bra. Those haven't been invented yet. Though you wrap a tight linen band around your chest if you're working in the fields. It prevents bouncing. Mostly. Sort of. Your hands are rough, cracked from the cold, and scrubbing yesterday's pot clean with ashes. Soap exists, technically, but you can't afford it. If you're lucky, you'll use a slurry of lye and sand later in the week. If not, it's just elbow grease and prayer. Your daughter, she's 5. Pick something out of your hair, probably a flea. You smile and swat it away. You'll braid her hair after breakfast and hope it keeps the lice from migrating. Historians still argue whether medieval people truly believed lice were healthy. But one thing's for sure. You'd need divine intervention to get rid of them entirely. You feel the familiar trickle of sweat from your back. It's already warm near the hearth. You long for a bath, maybe with mint leaves and goat's milk, like the abbess used to have. But that's fantasy. The last time you washed fully, it was midsummer, and the river was warm. You almost drowned, slipping on mossy stones while trying to scrub your thighs with a stick. But hey, you didn't die. A win. It might sound funny now, but it was exactly these kinds of inconveniences that made society realize the need for clean water systems. And public education played a huge role in making that change happen centuries later. You're just trying to stay alive long enough to make it to Sunday, when you might get a break from chores. Maybe. The day has begun. You smell like wet sheep, but you're upright, mostly clean by medieval standards, and vaguely ready to face whatever horrors or mildly annoying inconveniences the 14th century throws at you next. You pull your shawl tight as you step out into the morning fog, your breath mingling with the smoke from nearby hearths. There's a thin crust of frost on the thatched roofs, and the water bucket you dipped into earlier, frozen again. Washing, as a concept, is starting to feel more theoretical by the hour. Here's the thing. No one tells you when you're born into medieval womanhood. Water is a menace. Not just because it's cold, but because bathing too often is rumored to open your pores to disease. Yes, you read that right. People genuinely believe that water could weaken you. If a chill breeze slips into your pores while you're damp, it might just let the plague walk right in. Bathing is seen as mildly suicidal in some seasons. This explains why most of your washing involves things that aren't water. A dry cloth, a handful of powdered herbs, a bit of ash rubbed on the skin, then brushed away. These days, they call it dry shampoo. Back then, just Tuesday. You try to freshen up with what you've got. A bit of crushed rosemary from the hanging bunch above the hearth. It doesn't help much, but it makes you feel better. Sort of like spraying perfume on a moldy cloak. You rub a mint leaf on your armpit. It's gone in 5 minutes. As you go about your chores, your hands turn red and numb from hauling icy buckets. You try to splash some on the dishes from last night. The fat in the stew has congealed into something resembling medieval candle wax. It refuses to budge. There's no soap. Remember? Just sand, ash, and sheer willpower. On market days, you sometimes hear gossip from townsfolk. Rich women in the city, soaking in warm tubs with rose petals and goat milk, attended by servants. You're unsure if it's true or just village legend. Either way, it doesn't apply to you. Your version of luxury is warming a stone by the fire to place at your feet while you sleep. There is one town bathhouse, 2 villages away, but walking there would take hours, and bathing costs money. Plus, it's a co-ed affair. You're not keen on soaking next to your neighbor's husband while he makes comments about your ankles. Even if you got there, it's often not open in winter. Fires are expensive, and no one wants to bathe in freezing soup. Still, you remember going once, years ago. The tub was wooden, deep, and steamy. There were herbs floating on the surface. You sat quietly among strangers, while steam curled around your face, your skin finally free of grime. It was heaven, except for the part where someone dropped a boiled onion into the water, claiming it would purify their liver. Back home, you do what most do: strategic hygiene. You wipe down the visible bits: face, hands, underarms. With a cloth you rinse once in a while. You air out your shift in the sun when it's dry enough. Occasionally, you burn your underlayers if they get too foul, and just hope someone's weaving more linen in town. Historians still argue whether medieval peasants truly feared water itself or simply avoided bathing due to logistics. But one thing's certain: medieval hygiene was more about managing stink than eliminating it. You didn't expect to feel clean. You just hoped to avoid smelling worse than your neighbor. Your neighbor, by the way, smells like turnips, goat hair, and despair. But she says the same about you. It's an olfactory détente. In fact, the communal approach to hygiene means no one has the moral high ground. Everyone stinks, so no one's really judging. Except maybe the parish priest. He occasionally lectures about cleanliness of the soul, not the skin. But you've seen the crust on his fingernails. So, you wipe your hands with a scrap of cloth and glance toward the fire. You're tempted to try heating a bit of water, just enough for a quick foot soak, but you're already low on firewood. Besides, your cousin tried that last week and burned her foot. Turns out, steam burns hurt even more when they blister under unwashed socks. Oddly enough, certain holidays become excuses for makeshift cleaning. Before festivals or marriages, people might band together to heat the communal cauldron and take turns splashing off in the courtyard. It's more symbolic than sanitary, but you'll take what you can get: a peasant spa day. And you do take pride in those little wins. Today, your shift doesn't smell too strongly. Your nails are mostly clean, only a bit of soot from the fire, and your skin isn't flaking too badly. You rub a little pig fat on your elbows. It softens them and makes you smell like, well, pork. It might sound funny now, but the sheer difficulty of daily cleanliness in this period laid the groundwork for something bigger. Centuries later, the invention of public bathhouses, indoor plumbing, and affordable soap all stemmed from this long, awkward phase of strategic grime. People eventually figured out that maybe, just maybe, clean water wasn't the enemy. But right now, you're wrapping a scarf around your neck and pulling your hood low. not to protect from weather, but to block the smell coming off the cowshed as you head outside to fetch eggs. The irony, of course, is that the chickens smell better than you. You smile, slightly. It's fine. You're used to it. Everyone is. And if you're lucky, tomorrow the well won't be frozen. The wind picks up as you duck into the hen house, clutching your shawl tighter. Feathers float through the air like confetti at the world's most rustic celebration, and the scent of bird droppings is sharp enough to water your eyes. But weirdly, it's not the worst thing you've smelled today. Because here's the truth. No one sugarcoats. Everyone reeks. And not in a subtle, oh, you forgot deodorant way. More like layers of human, animal, smoke, food, mildew, and something unidentifiably damp. You're not offended by it. You're of it. You live in it. It clings to you like an awkward dance partner. This brings us to an awkward medieval reality. Body odor was expected. Unwashed humans in heavy layers, working hard, sharing beds, sweating constantly. That wasn't a temporary situation. That was life. And for women, it was a life lived under scrutiny. If you were noble, people expected you to smell of rose oil and grace. If you were poor, they expected you to smell like the barn you probably lived next to. Either way, failing to manage your scent could become social suicide. Not that you have much to work with. Deodorant as we know it doesn't exist. Instead, you might crush mint, lavender, or rosemary and tuck the bundle into your neckline. If you're lucky, someone gives you a lemon peel from the market. You rub it under your arms until your skin stings. Congratulations. You now smell like citrus and body heat. In a better year, someone in the village is distilling scented waters, like rose or violet, but they're pricey. The perfumed elite dab them behind their ears, wrists, or, scandalously, between their breasts. You, on the other hand, use old lard mixed with herbs. It's slippery, slightly rancid, and better than nothing. Your clothes hold on to smells like an emotional ex. Wool is warm, but nearly impossible to clean without shrinking or ruining. Linen shifts might get scrubbed now and then, but you only own a couple. So when they stink, they stay stinky. You try hanging them over smoke to fumigate the fabric. Now you smell like smoked meat. To be fair, there are some fun fringe attempts at smelling pleasant. Some women wear pomanders, little scented balls made of wax or resin, hung on a ribbon around the neck or waist. They're filled with cloves, cinnamon, or musk. They look fashionable and help distract from the stench wafting from your boots. One wealthy lady once tucked lavender sprigs into her braids, like a living air freshener, a bold move, considering how many bugs lived in hair back then. Speaking of hair, that's its own odor engine. Remember, you only wash it once a season, maybe twice. Most women oil it with animal fats to tame the frizz. The result? A slightly crunchy, salty texture that smells a little like last week's stew. Head coverings help. A coif, wimple, or veil keeps the worst of it contained, and, incidentally, hides lice bites from nosy neighbors. There's a whole ecosystem of smells happening. Your breath, no toothbrush, remember. Your feet, damp boots, no socks. Your armpits, tallow or onion rubbed in, depending on the season. And your everything else. People in your time use terms like foul, rank, and musky, unironically, and they don't mean them metaphorically. Still, you try. You chew parsley or fennel seeds after eating. You scrub your hands with sand. You clean under your nails with the tip of your knife. And every now and then, if you get really lucky, someone gifts you a sliver of imported soap, greenish, soft, and worth more than your cloak. You save it for holy days or funerals. Historians still argue whether medieval folk had a nuanced awareness of scent hierarchy. But there's growing evidence that people absolutely did notice and judge how others smelled. In cities, bad smells were even associated with bad morals. If you stank, you might be considered lazy, sinful, or suspicious, which is ironic. Considering the priest smells like a wet towel rolled in incense, odor is so deeply woven into daily life that you no longer notice most of it until you do. Like when the tanner walks by with bits of cowhide clinging to his boots, or when old Margaret opens her cloak and a wave of fermented onion air hits you like divine punishment. Oddly, though, some people like the smell of others. Courtship in your day is a sensory experience. Lovers trade small cloths scented with sweat or hair. You once saw a boy sniff a girl's scarf like it was perfume. She hadn't washed in a month. True love. And scent has meaning. Mothers recognize babies by smell. A woman might notice something's wrong with her health just by sniffing her own body. In fact, some early medical texts list urine scent as a diagnostic tool. Take that. Modern medicine. It might sound funny now, but these daily olfactory struggles helped push humanity forward. When cities became crowded, officials realized that too much stink led to illness. That, in turn, drove sanitation laws, soap taxes, and the earliest public health codes. Stink, in its own strange way, inspired society to evolve. Back in your world, though, there's no evolution, only habit. You finish feeding the chickens. Your hands smell like hay and yolk. You wipe them on your apron and head inside. The warmth of the hearth hits you like a woolen blanket. And yes, it also intensifies the collective family odor. You settle on the stool near the door. Take a moment to scratch your scalp and wonder, will this be the week you get a bath? Probably not. But hey, at least you're not the tanner. You barely sit down before nature calls. Again, a full morning of boiled barley and cabbage will do that. And so begins your next medieval mini-quest. Finding somewhere to pee that won't haunt you emotionally. Bathrooms, as you might imagine, are not a thing. Not in the cozy, flushable, scented candle sense. For you, a bathroom break involves timing, location scouting, and grace under pressure. There's no, excuse me, just a quiet exit and a prayer that no one follows you. If you're lucky, and you're never really lucky, there's a shared pit latrine on the edge of the village. It's a crude wooden shack perched over a hole that's only occasionally shoveled out. You head there now, boots crunching over frostbitten dirt. The door creaks open like a bad omen. Inside, the smell hits you like a sack of turnips left in the sun. You step carefully. The boards are slippery with condensation. There's no seat, just a gaping void. You perch, balance precariously, and try not to look down. You also try not to breathe. And toilet paper? Meet your options. A clump of moss, a frayed bit of cloth you've been reusing for weeks. Or if you're feeling fancy, hay. Not golden hay, scratchy, stubborn hay. Your dignity? That left sometime around the second wipe. This is normal, acceptable, expected. In some homes, families share a chamber pot. basically a wide bowl with a handle. You have one, of course. It lives under the bed and gets emptied into the midden heap when someone remembers. In winter, you'd rather brave the chill than the shame of someone else's. Contribution sitting frozen in a pot all day. There's also the find a bush approach, used while traveling or if the latrine's full. For women, this is a high-stakes operation. You need privacy, speed, and luck. Your skirts are heavy, and lifting them too high risks exposing your entire existence to the gooseherder's teenage son. Again, sometimes, in towns, you might spot a public privy tower hanging over a river or ditch. These are communal, gender-mixed, and tragically breezy. You've heard of ladies using fragrant herbs to line their cloaks, held under the nose to block out the worst of the smell while squatting. Now, wiping is an art form. Some reuse scraps of cloth. Some rinse them. Others just toss them into the fire after a quick sniff check. Yes, really. Historians still argue whether the use of hygiene rags was standard or more aspirational. What's agreed upon? Leaves, moss, and occasionally seashells. Yes, seashells were tools of the trade. You make a mental note to never complain about cheap toilet paper again in your next life. But the worst part isn't the act itself. It's what comes after. You can't exactly wash your hands. There's no soap on standby. If there's water in the barrel and no one's using it for cooking, you might splash some on your fingers. Otherwise, you wipe on your apron and move on. The medieval version of hand sanitizer. Still, don't get the wrong idea. People aren't gross because they're lazy. They're gross because options are limited, and daily life is a physical, exhausting grind. Most women would love a clean outhouse and a stack of linen cloths. But building and maintaining one costs money, materials, and labor. Even noble women didn't exactly get the royal treatment. Castle latrines, called garderobes, were basically stone chutes built into the castle wall. Waste dropped directly into a pit or moat below. In winter, they froze. In summer, they stank. You've heard stories of people slipping, falling in, and not coming out. A cautionary tale for anyone feeling too confident on a stone ledge. Some castle ladies used close stools, small wooden boxes with a hole and a chamber pot beneath. These were portable, upholstered, and about as close to a toilet throne as it got. Still, someone had to empty them, usually a maid who hated her job. You return home, stepping carefully to avoid the icy mud. Your skirts are damp around the hem. You dry your hands by the fire and turn the spit, roasting a scrap of rabbit. The warmth feels heavenly, if only for a moment. Then someone hands you a cloth. Your daughter needs help wiping. You sigh. Parenthood, the eternal hygiene relay. It might sound funny now, but the very idea of private sanitation would eventually inspire entire urban revolutions. As towns grew, diseases like cholera forced leaders to design better systems, public latrines, underground sewage, hand-washing campaigns, all born from centuries of people trying, desperately, to keep their skirts clean. And yet, here you are, wishing someone would invent a wooden toilet seat, wishing the pigs would stop nosing through the midden heap, wishing, just once, to wipe with something that doesn't resemble roof thatch. But you shake it off. You survived another bathroom adventure. Your dignity is bruised, not broken. You pick up your daughter. kiss her forehead, and laugh at the absurdity of it all. At least you're not the one who fell into the moat last spring. Now that woman had a rough week. You glance at the sky. It's midday, but the clouds hang low and gray, like someone smeared soot across the heavens. A chill creeps under your shift as you tend to the fire, and then it hits you. The slow, familiar heaviness in your belly, the quiet ache in your lower back. It's here again, your period, and you are not ready. Menstrual care in the medieval world is best described as a creative challenge. You don't have access to tampons, pads, heating pads, painkillers, or chocolate. What you do have: moss, wool, strips of old cloth, and the will to make it work. You excuse yourself, rummage through the wooden chest at the foot of the bed, and pull out a faded rag bundle. Inside, your personal collection of reusable rags. Most are linen, frayed, stained, but softer with age. You fold one carefully, layer it with dried moss for absorption, and press it into your undergarments, if you're wearing any. On heavy days, you tie it in place with a thin strip of cloth around your hips. It's lumpy, it shifts, it leaks, but it's your best option. There's also raw wool, which some women twist and use as makeshift tampons. You've tried it before. It felt like stuffing a sheep inside your body. You didn't sleep for 2 nights. Never again. Most days, you simply avoid sitting on anyone's nice stool. You pull your shift down and head back to the hearth. Every move feels like a gamble. Will it hold? Did it shift? You sit gingerly on a folded sackcloth. Not exactly comfortable, but safer. You avoid light-colored benches and silently pray that today is not the day you have to help turn cheese curds with 3 other women and no privacy. Some women, noble and lucky, have access to imported cloths dyed red so stains are less visible. You wash yours by hand in the stream, hidden behind a boulder. And yes, you pray no one walks by. The blood leaches into the water like guilt. There's no midall, of course. For cramps, you steep raspberry leaves in hot water if you can find any. Some women chew rue or take poppy syrup when the pain becomes unbearable. Others just grit their teeth and keep working. You've heard of women tying herbs around their waists, sage, chamomile, or even onions. Anything to distract from the tightening in their gut. Historians still argue whether medieval women bled less due to constant childbearing and malnutrition. It's possible. Many girls began menstruating later than today, and frequent pregnancies or nursing often delayed the return of menses. But when the blood came, it came. No plumbing, no privacy, no mercy. You remember your first time, the panic, the shame. You thought you were dying. Your mother handed you a moss-stuffed rag and told you, "Keep quiet. Men don't need to know." And just like that, your education began. Period blood was considered impure, dangerous even. Some texts claimed it could wilt crops or sour wine. One man wrote that a menstruating woman could dull a sword just by touching it. You once made the mistake of attending Mass during your period. The priest gave you such a look, you nearly burst into flames on the spot. Your husband pretends not to notice, which is generous, considering the laundry. But there's no romanticized sympathy. You work, you clean, you endure. Even childbirth won't get you out of chores for more than a few days. You shuffle across the room to stir the stew. A sharp cramp makes you wince. You grab your lower back and breathe through it. Your daughter watches you, curious. You wonder what she'll use when her time comes. Maybe you'll teach her how to cut cloth just right. Double folded, smooth edges, stitched with thread, boiled to keep the fleas out. You catch a drop of sweat rolling down your temple. Your body temperature plays tricks on you these days. Hot, cold, flushed, dizzy. You mop your brow with your sleeve and smile thinly. Only 2 or 3 more days of this. Maybe 4. And you know what's wild? Some monks, actual monks, used to write entire treatises about the evils of menstruation. One described the womb as a dripping sponge of sin. You try not to take it personally. It might sound funny now. But these crude, frustrating solutions women relied on eventually sparked broader innovation. Later centuries would invent sanitary belts, commercial pads, tampons, and finally, menstrual cups. But it all started here, with some moss, wool, and quiet suffering. You stand slowly, testing your makeshift pad for slippage. It holds, mostly, outside. Rain begins to patter against the thatch roof. The smell of damp earth fills the air. You take a deep breath and let it anchor you. Your body hurts, but it's working. It's alive. And somehow, in all this mess, that's enough. You reach for the herb pouch on the mantel. Today, you'll steep chamomile, sage, and maybe a whisper of fennel. You'll drink it slowly, legs tucked under a blanket, pretending, just for a moment, that you're not leaking onto an ancient rag under 5 layers of wool. Because you are. But hey, at least it's not sheep's wool this time. By the time the bleeding slows and your back stops aching, you start to notice another problem. Your scalp itches. Not just the kind of itch you can solve with a quick scratch. This is the slow, crawling. Something is living in there kind. You wince as your fingers glide over your braid, sticky with days, okay, weeks, of oil and smoke. Which leads us to today's challenge, your hair. Hair washing in your world is a seasonal event. Not seasonal like pumpkin spice, but seasonal like, oh, the snow's melted and I haven't caught frostbite? Time to shampoo. Except there is no shampoo. There is water, often cold, sometimes clean, and a handful of options that range from rustic to downright questionable. Your own method? First, you undo your braid, which is less an unraveling and more a surgical procedure. You tug gently, trying not to rip hair out, but still end up with enough loose strands to knit a mouse a sweater. Then comes the brushing, or rather, the delousing. You pull out your wooden comb, teeth wide and worn from use, and begin to drag it through your hair, slowly, methodically. You hear the faint tick of something. Cracking? Yup. Lice. Tiny. Thriving. Very much not rent-paying tenants in your scalp. You could try to drown them. Some women heat water with rosemary, vinegar, or even urine. Yes, urine, and douse their hair in it. It smells like regret, but sometimes stuns the bugs into evacuation. You once used goose fat mixed with ashes to coat your scalp and suffocate the lice. It worked. Also, your pillow smelled like a barbecue pit for a month. You look wistfully at the soap sliver in your storage box. Too small to waste on your hair. Soap, when available, is made of lye and fat, harsh on the skin, and murder on hair. One wash might leave it clean, but also brittle, straw-like, and smelling of bacon. Instead, you grab your oil jar, animal fat infused with herbs, and work a bit through the ends. It adds shine and tames the fluff. More importantly, It masks the worst of the musty scent. You rebraid, tighter this time, and pin the wisps down with carved bone pins. All this for a style that says, I haven't bathed in 4 weeks, but I'm still trying. Hair was important, even revered. In many villages, a woman's hair symbolized modesty and femininity. You never wear it down in public. Never. Unbound hair is for children, witches, or women of the tavern kind. On feast days, you might twist it into a crown braid, tuck in a few wildflowers, and secure it with a ribbon if your daughter hasn't run off with your last one. The effect is surprisingly lovely, though you still smell like hay. You've heard that noble women sometimes powdered their hair with crushed violets or scented chalks. Others even wore wigs made of other people's hair, usually servants or prisoners. You try not to think too hard about that. Historians still argue whether medieval women washed their hair every few weeks or just spot cleaned with dry powders. Some believe they used combinations of herbs and clay to absorb grease. What's undeniable? Full-on water-to-scalp washing was rare and often avoided during winter to prevent illness. And yet, despite all this, you know the power of a good hair day. It's silly, maybe. But when your braid holds tight, your scalp stops itching, and the wind catches your veil just so, you feel not beautiful, exactly, but capable, like maybe you can survive another week of this. The village healer once told you that brushing your hair 100 times before bed would keep the spirits away. You tried it. Your arm got sore at 47. There are also fringe beliefs, like soaking your hair in egg yolk to increase shine, or using nettle water to encourage growth. Your cousin once used mashed turnip juice. She had to shave her head. Everyone pretended it was for religious reasons. And yes, lice are everywhere. You've accepted it. You've even made friends with a little comb you keep tucked into your belt. Your daughter has her own now. It's carved with tiny hearts. You comb her hair every evening, picking out the nits and humming softly. It's a bonding ritual, wrapped in mutual suffering. It might sound funny now, but the simple act of trying to maintain your hair in such rough conditions helped shape beauty rituals for centuries. Later generations would develop oils, brushes, washes, and, eventually, salons. But it started here, with you, hunched by the hearth, picking bugs out of your bangs. You pat your newly tightened braid and wrap a linen cloth around your head. It keeps the wind out and the lice in. You hope. Outside, the rain has stopped. You step out for a moment to shake out the blanket and stretch your back. A few villagers glance your way. One nods. You smile faintly. Your scalp still itches, but not as much. It's something. You run your fingers over your hair one last time, then tuck the loose strand behind your ear. You're clean enough. For today, you wake the next morning with a strange taste in your mouth. Not that this is unusual, just worse than usual. It's like someone rubbed a damp coin on your tongue, then wrapped it in wool. You smack your lips. Yep. It's time for oral hygiene. Medieval edition. Spoiler. There is no toothbrush, or floss, or minty fresh rinse. You sit up slowly, stretch your jaw, and prepare for one of your least favorite rituals. Trying to clean your teeth with things that are not toothpaste. Your weapon of choice is a frayed twig, peeled of bark on one end and chewed into a crude brush. It's called a tooth stick, and it's about as effective as brushing with a porcupine's tail. You rub it gently across your molars, trying not to gag It tastes vaguely of tree and regret. Still, it's something. You follow it with a pinch of coarse salt rubbed along your gums. It stings, especially where yesterday's barley crust took a chunk out of your gum line. But it does help scrub off some of the grit. Some women add sage or mint to the mix, but you've run out. So today, it's just tree stick and salt. You glance at your reflection in the surface of a pot lid. Your teeth are mostly there, a little gray, a little slanted. One looks suspiciously wobbly. But in this era, that counts as excellent dental health. There's no dental profession to speak of. Not really. If you have a toothache, you either pray it goes away or see the village blacksmith. His solution? A pair of tongs, a firm grip, and very little compassion. And no, he does not sterilize the tools. Hope you're not too attached to your molars. If you're lucky enough to know a healer or midwife, they might offer remedies. A clove of garlic pressed to the sore tooth, onion juice, a poultice of sage and pig lard, tied to your jaw with linen and hope. One woman swore by biting down on a hot poker. She no longer has teeth, but insists the pain is less now. You rinse your mouth with vinegar. It burns, but it also dulls the awful woolsock flavor lingering in your gums. Some days, you use wine or ale for the rinse, because it kills bacteria. And also, you're mildly drunk afterward, which is a bonus. And what about cavities? Historians still argue whether people in the Middle Ages suffered more or fewer cavities than we do today. Some studies suggest fewer, due to lack of refined sugar. But others point out that medieval bread often contained ground-up grit from millstones, which wore down enamel faster than you could say oat cake. You personally know 3 people with visible holes in their teeth. One of them whistles when he talks. Today, you chew on a bit of fennel to freshen your breath. It helps, briefly. Then your toddler hands you a wooden toy she's licked clean with her own mouth, and your breath goes right back to barnyard chic. Fringe beliefs still exist around teeth. Some folks believe a toothache is caused by a toothworm, a real squirming creature burrowing inside your tooth. There are written accounts of women trying to smoke the worm out by puffing herbs into their mouths and spitting into the fire. You've never tried it, but you know someone who has. Her breath now smells like burned time and fear. There's even an old superstition that if you throw your lost tooth over the roof and chant the right words, your next one will grow in strong and straight. You tried it once, just for fun. The tooth never came back. You're still waiting. And let's not forget the breath. Halitosis is so common that it's practically a personality trait. Courtly romances often begin with a sniff and a sigh. If the smell is tolerable, the marriage may proceed. If not, well, maybe try again next spring. Noble women sometimes chew cloves or angelica root, or dab crushed mint behind their ears in a desperate attempt to stay fresh. You once tried rubbing thyme on your gums. You sneezed for half an hour. Still, you do your best. You chew parsley. You swish ale. You avoid kissing anyone unless you're married to them, or unless your mouth is full of bread. Bread makes everything seem more romantic. It might sound funny now, but centuries of mouth misery would eventually lead to remarkable changes. In the Renaissance, toothpicks made of silver became trendy. Later, toothbrushes made of horsehair appeared. And eventually, blessedly, someone invented mint toothpaste in a neat little tube. All of it. Born from people desperately trying to avoid chewing with one side of their mouth. You suck on a clean stick and let the bitterness numb your gums. Your breath isn't great, your teeth aren't perfect, but they're yours, and they haven't fallen out today. That's a win. Your daughter brings you a wooden cup of warm barley water. You sip carefully, thankful the temperature won't shock a tooth into revolt. Across the room, your husband is picking something from his molars with a chicken feather. You love him, but you pretend not to see. You smile at your reflection in the pot lid again. It's a tired smile, a crooked one, but it's real. And in this life, that's more than enough. You're squatting by the hearth again, adjusting the pot of cabbage stew, when a familiar tug reminds you of yet another daily dilemma. What, exactly, is holding your body together under all those layers? Spoiler alert, there is no bra, no hooks, no clasps, no soft underwire miracles of support. If you're lucky, there's a linen band wrapped tight across your chest, like a primitive sports bra. But more often than not, you go without. And when you're doing laundry, bending, cooking, hurting, or, heaven forbid, running, gravity makes itself known in the most humbling ways. Your primary garment is your shift, a long, loose tunic of undyed linen that you wear every day, sometimes for weeks at a time. It functions as pajamas, underwear, and first layer of your modesty. Over it, you wear a kirtle, which is a sort of fitted dress. If you're layering for warmth, you throw on another, then a girdle, an apron, and if you're heading out, a cloak. By the time you're dressed, you resemble a walking linen cake. Under all that, no drawers. That's right. Medieval women didn't wear underwear in the way we think of it today. The concept of drawers, or brays, worn by men, was considered masculine. Women, instead, learned the fine art of strategic fabric folding. You keep your shift tucked just so to maintain modesty. Mostly. Which brings you back to support. There is none. If you're older, you might wrap a tight band of cloth around your chest to minimize bounce. It's not flattering. It's not comfortable. But it does keep things relatively in place when you're chasing a goose or carrying firewood. You knew a girl once who tried stuffing dried moss into her bodice for extra shape. She sneezed for 2 days and nearly started a chimney fire. There's a certain hierarchy to underwear, too. Noble women had fine linen chemises embroidered with initials or religious symbols. Some even had decorative laces and ribbons to tie things together. You, however, are lucky if your shift hasn't been chewed by mice. You've tried innovating. Once, during a particularly vigorous haying season, you fashioned a breast sling out of 2 scarves and a belt. It held for about an hour before collapsing like a bridge in a storm. You never told anyone. And don't get started on laundry. Washing your shift is an event. You haul it to the stream, beat it against rocks, scrub it with ashes or crushed ivy leaves, and then leave it to dry on bushes, hoping dogs won't claim it. In winter, you hang it by the fire and hope it doesn't catch. Historians still argue whether women of different classes truly went commando under all those skirts, or whether there were regional exceptions. Some evidence suggests that by the later Middle Ages, upper-class women experimented with split drawers, essentially cloth leggings that tied at the waist. You've never seen them. You imagine they chafe? Of course. Layering also served a sanitary function. With no underwear, shifts absorbed sweat, oils, and, yes, occasional monthly accidents. The trick was to own more than one, so you could rotate. You do not own more than one. You shift uncomfortably as you squat, the fabric of your shift twisted and bunched beneath your belt. It rubs in places you'd rather it didn't. You stand, shake it loose, and adjust your girdle. It'll have to do. Sometimes you dream of soft linen drawers, hand-stitched and just loose enough to breathe. In your dream, they smell like lavender. In real life, they'd probably end up in the fire after the first wash. Still, you make it work. You pin your shift under your arms for a little lift. You use a girdle, basically a long belt, to hold your layers snug and give the illusion of structure. You've even learned to walk with a certain sway that keeps things from bouncing too freely. It's a skill, a gift, even. And here's the thing. Nobody talks about it. Your neighbor has the same struggles. You once caught her adjusting herself behind the herb wall. You just nodded and looked away. Solidarity. There's also a surprising freedom in it. No elastic bands cutting into your ribs. No hooks digging into your back. You've adapted to the lack of support. Your body knows how to move in linen and wool. You bend from the hips. You never jump unless the roof is falling. You cradle your chest while running, instinctively. It might sound funny now, but centuries of this discomfort eventually spurred the invention of underpinnings, corsets, bust bodices, and finally, blessed be, the brassiere. It took a while. Trial and error, many bruised ribs, but they got there. And it all began with women like you, folding linen and hoping gravity would just chill. You brush soot off your apron and step outside for a moment. The wind whips your skirt around your ankles. You clutch your cloak tight. The chill cuts right through, but your layers hold. You're held together not by elastic or cups, but by habit, pins, and a sheer refusal to fall apart. And for now, that's enough. You give the chickens a glance, adjust your bodice with the subtlety of a spy, and head back inside. Everything's exactly where it should be. Mostly. You lean against the doorframe, watching the gray drizzle settle over the thatched roofs like a sigh. Your hands smell faintly of onions and smoke, and your shift, despite your best efforts, is approaching sentient. But today, you're not thinking about yourself. Today, you're headed to the manor house to help Lady Eleonora prepare for a feast. And that means entering the delicate realm of pretend cleanliness, a skill noblewomen have practically turned into performance art. Let's get one thing straight. Nobles didn't necessarily smell better, but they certainly looked like they did. It was all about illusion, layers of scent, decoration, and symbolic gestures that whispered, "I am above this filth," while still marinating in the same medieval funk as everyone else. You arrive at the manor, brush straw off your skirts, and are immediately handed a bundle of laundry, lace sleeves, chemises, a pair of delicate silk gloves. You wonder briefly whether silk can hold the smell of garlic stew. The answer is yes. Lady Eleonora greets you from her cushioned bench, draped in imported wool and lightly perfumed, her hands encased in gloves that haven't touched a turnip in their lives, rest on a lap warmer stitched with swans. She smells like rose water and nutmeg, which is, to her credit, better than goat. But scratch the surface, and the illusion wobbles. Her hair is powdered to hide the grease. Her veil is pinned just so to conceal lice bites near her temple. Her chemise is finely embroidered, but only on the visible cuffs and collar. The rest, you know from washing it, is yellowed and stiff. Instead of bathing, Lady Eleonora changes clothes. Often. Not the whole ensemble, just the outer layers. Sleeves are detachable, and she swaps them out daily like socks. A clean sleeve and perfumed scarf go a long way toward faking freshness. Her servants also warm her undergarments by the fire in winter, so she doesn't feel the chill of her own sweat-damp linen. And then there's glove culture. Scented gloves are all the rage. Leather soaked in lavender, sewn with silver thread, and worn like a second skin. They're less about warmth and more about creating a fragrant force field. Some noble women sleep with their hands gloved to keep them soft, though you've seen the inside of those gloves, and they're not as pristine as they pretend. You help Eleonora wash her hands in a silver basin, not a full scrub, just a ceremonial rinse with warm water scented with thyme. A servant pats them dry with linen. She dabs her cheeks with rose oil and bites a clove to freshen her breath. When she smiles, you catch a flash of teeth the color of weak tea. Historians still argue whether nobles genuinely believed they were cleaner than commoners or just better at hiding it. Some scholars say bathing was more popular among the wealthy until the church started muttering about nakedness being sinful. Others argue that water was feared more in urban noble circles than rural villages. Either way, the upper crust mastered the art of appearing fresh without ever getting wet. And let's talk about scent layering. Eleonora has a pomander hanging from her waist, a tiny perforated ball filled with spices and herbs. It sways as she walks, trailing cinnamon and cloves. She also keeps a sachet under her pillow, stuffed with dried violets. You once caught her waving a sprig of rosemary near her armpits in the middle of a summer feast. She claimed it kept the demons out. Beneath the perfume, though, the same biology hums. You've seen the rash under her stays, the sweat rings staining her chemise. You once helped her remove a flea from her corset with a heated knife tip. She thanked you with a candied fig. You pretended it wasn't slightly blood-stained. Noble women also swear by face powders, usually lead-based, which is unfortunate. The ideal complexion is pale, unblemished, and vaguely ghost-like. Never mind that the powder clogs pores, flakes off in sheets, and might slowly poison you. Beauty is pain. And blotchy. There's even the concept of holy cleanliness. Some nobles, especially religious ones, believe they radiate purity. One noble woman claimed she didn't need to bathe because she prayed 3 times daily and wore a hair shirt soaked in holy water. You weren't impressed. You were the one who had to wash that shirt. It smelled like mildew and self-righteousness. But to her credit, Lady Eleonora is kind. She never scolds you, tips well when she has coin, and always offers a sip of her spiced wine after supper. She once confessed that she hated the way the rose oil stung her eyes, but wore it anyway because people expect softness from women who smell like flowers. It might sound funny now, but these noble games of perfume deception eventually evolved into rituals we still use today. Daily routines, skincare regimens, scented products. The illusion of freshness became the goal, long before true hygiene was widely possible. As you pack her feast day garments, you catch a whiff of lavender, thyme, and just the faintest trace of damp wool. You smile. The illusion works, at least for now. She clasps your hands, thanks you, and retreats to her chambers, veil fluttering behind her like a pennant of powdered grace. And you? You head home, smoke in your hair, hands stained with rose oil and stew. You may not have gloves or perfume sachets, but at least you earned your stink. You're back home now, crouched by the hearth again, stirring the pot and watching as the lentils bubble lazily. The fire pops and cracks, casting flickers of warmth over your face. It's been a long day, but there's one more piece of medieval hygiene lore left to unravel before you sleep. And this one's a doozy: bathing with strangers. Yes, you heard that right. Because even in an age of scarce water and suspicious soap, when people did decide to bathe, they often did it together. Let's rewind to the concept of the bathhouse, a communal space that existed in many towns and cities across medieval Europe. These weren't just holes in the ground or makeshift tubs in someone's barn. Some were elaborate, almost spa-like environments. Large rooms with steamy pools, separate tubs, changing areas, and benches for lounging. Others were glorified barrels in a courtyard with some hot water and a place to hang your cloak. And unlike today, bathing was social. You'd go with friends or neighbors or whoever happened to be there. Mixed-gender bathing wasn't uncommon in certain regions and periods. You could easily find yourself in a warm tub with your cousin, your baker, and that guy who sells questionable sausages near the abbey. No pressure. Bathing was often tied to calendar events, saints' feast days, market days, or the changing of seasons. If someone was getting married or giving birth soon, it was custom to clean up ahead of time. But don't get the wrong idea. This wasn't a daily or even weekly ritual. It was occasional, celebratory, and steeped in ritual and warmth. You remember the last time you bathed properly. The village bathhouse had just reopened after weeks of repairs. The tub was a deep wooden vat, lined with linen and surrounded by baskets of mint, yarrow, and rosemary. The water had been heated in iron pots and carried over by hand. An enormous effort. You shared the bath with 3 other women, none of whom had changed their shifts in a fortnight. But here's the strange part. It was kind of wonderful. There was laughter, gossip, and singing. Someone passed around a bit of warm ale. One woman shaved her legs with a sharp shell. Another massaged soap into her scalp, a rare treat from her cousin in the city. The air was thick with steam and stories. Historians still argue whether these bathhouses were more about cleanliness or community. In some cultures, like in medieval Islamic cities or Byzantine towns, bathing was seen as essential, even holy. Their hammams were elegant, beautifully tiled, and used almost daily. In Western Europe, especially later in the Middle Ages, the practice became less frequent, partly due to concerns over public nudity, partly due to associations with sin and sex. We'll get to that soon. The bathhouse experience also came with enhancements. Beer and food were often served. You might share a bath with friends while nibbling on pickled onions or sipping hot cider. In wealthier towns, you could even hire someone to scrub your back, braid your hair, or sing lullabies while you soaked. But there were rules. In some places, men and women bathed separately, either in shifts or in separate rooms. In others, it was a free-for-all. You always wore something. A linen shift? Usually, but the fabric clung once it got wet, which made modesty more theoretical than practical. Still, People were surprisingly chill about it, until they weren't. Around the 14th century, concerns about morality and disease began to taint the bathhouse scene. With the arrival of the plague and the growing influence of church teachings on sin and modesty, public bathing fell out of favor. Naked bodies, warm water, and giggles were deemed suspicious. The bathhouse became associated with brothels, temptation, and all manner of sinful possibilities. Still, the tradition lingered. You remember how, as a child, you once bathed with your mother and sisters, scrubbing each other's backs with handfuls of moss and laughing as the soap slipped from your hands. It felt sacred, in a way, not because of cleanliness, but because of care. There's a fringe belief among some older villagers that bathing too often weakens the blood, softens the bones, or makes your soul more vulnerable. You've never been sure. You do know that every time you step into warm water, your shoulders drop and your breath deepens like magic. It might sound funny now, but these communal bath rituals helped lay the foundation for modern spas, wellness centers, and yes, even bathrooms with more than one soap option. The practice of combining hygiene with hospitality didn't disappear. It evolved. Back in your cottage, you glanced toward the large iron kettle. Could you manage a small wash tonight? Just a little. A personal bath. You pour water into a basin, add a pinch of crushed mint, and set it near the fire. You peel back your sleeves and soak your hands. The warmth seeps into your bones. You close your eyes. In this tiny ritual, you feel something close to peace. You remember the laughter in the bathhouse, the hush of steam, the weightlessness of floating in a tub that didn't belong to you. For a moment, you imagine the water rising around you again, and all the dirt of the day sliding away. And then your daughter calls for you, needing help with a splinter, and the basin cools. Still, for a moment, you were almost clean. Almost. You're sitting by the hearth again, sewing a patch onto your daughter's shift while she hums to herself on the floor. The fire snaps gently, and outside, the wind has softened to a breeze. Everything feels oddly calm, until your husband stumbles in with muddy boots, breath like onions and ale, and a grin that says he's been at the tavern again. And just like that, you're reminded that medieval hygiene isn't just about you. It's about coexisting, especially with someone who shares your bed. Let's talk about smell and marriage, not necessarily in that order. In your world, the idea of a romantic, clean-smelling partner is as mythical as dragons. People stink. Marriages are often arranged. Personal hygiene isn't exactly part of the dowry negotiation. And yet, scent matters. Deeply. You can tell how someone's day went by how they smell. Sweat from the fields has a different tang than soot from the forge. Goat herders carry a sharp edge. Bakers have a faint yeasty warmth. Your husband smells like a man who's been standing too close to a fire, eating dried fish, and wearing the same hose for 3 days. You're used to it. In fact, you love him anyway, because love, in this era, is built on practicality, proximity, and shared survival, not rose petals and bubble baths. But don't be fooled. Hygiene still plays a role in attraction. It's just a little less intentional. Back when you first met, you were assigned to help serve the manor's harvest feast. He was one of the guests. His hands were clean, for once, his tunic only lightly singed, and his hair combed back with butter. You caught a whiff of rosemary and ash. It wasn't good, but it was better than average. You were smitten. Now, years later. You can still tell when he's tried to freshen up. He chews mint or fennel after meals when he remembers. Sometimes he rubs thyme on his neck before festivals. He once brought you a pomander he found at the market. It smelled like mold and was probably stolen, but you kept it. In noble courts, smell could make or break a match. Courtiers judged each other harshly by scent. Dousing yourself in floral oils or musk was a power move. A woman who smelled of jasmine might be considered pious, refined, or even desirable. One who smelled of cabbage? Less so. And yet, even among the upper classes, the realities of medieval life seeped in. Under all the perfume, there were still chamber pots, unwashed linens, and breath that could peel paint. Love was scented with compromise. Back in your modest home, the bed you share with your husband isn't private. The children sleep nearby. Your mattress is stuffed with straw and herbs meant to mask the smell of mildew and sweat. Sometimes, the dog sleeps at your feet. Once, a chicken joined in during a thunderstorm. Romance is flexible. And still, you make it work. You both wipe off with a cloth when you can. You avoid the garlic-heavy stews when there's a special night ahead. You pluck the occasional flea from each other's hair with a tenderness that might pass for courtship. You braid his hair when he's too tired to do it himself. He rubs your shoulders when the cramps are bad. No perfume, no roses, just gestures, shared chores, and mutual tolerance of each other's smells. Historians still argue whether people in your era were more forgiving of body odor or simply resigned to it. But many sources mention the social consequences of offensive stench. There are even medieval guides on how to politely inform your spouse that they need a wash. You once read a tale of a noblewoman who gifted her husband a scented cloak as a hint. He didn't take it. Sex, too, is scented. You've learned to anticipate the smell of sweat and straw, the creak of the bed frame, the urgent rustle of wool. There's no seduction perfume, no candles, no music, just breath, skin, and the awkward logistics of layered clothing. But occasionally, you catch a glimmer of intimacy beneath it all. A shared laugh, a hand held, a moment of quiet, sweat-damp closeness. And in the morning, you both smell worse, but you're still side by side. That counts for something. It might sound funny now, but the medieval balance between hygiene and affection helped shape cultural expectations for intimacy. Later centuries would push for more refined standards, powdered wigs, perfumed bed sheets, rose-scented water. But the core of it, the need to smell good enough to be loved, starts here, in cottages like yours. Your husband kicks off his boots and slumps by the fire. You pass him a cloth to wipe his face. He sniffs it, shrugs, and presses it to his forehead. "Smells like you," he mutters. You roll your eyes. "Lucky you." He grins. And under the stew, the sweat, and the ash, you smile too. Because in this world, love doesn't smell perfect. It just smells familiar. You're kneeling at the chapel steps, head bowed in quiet prayer, when the incense curls into your nose like a sour memory. It's thick, smoky, and oddly familiar, like wet wool left too close to a candle. You shift uncomfortably on the cold stone floor. hands folded neatly. And remind yourself, cleanliness might be next to godliness, but only if it doesn't involve a bathtub. Welcome to the church's complicated relationship with hygiene. In theory, the church promotes cleanliness. You're supposed to wash before entering holy places, and baptism by water is kind of a big deal. But in practice, water, nakedness, and especially the combination of both, make many church officials squirm like a cat in a puddle. It all starts with the belief that the body is weak and sinful, while the soul is what truly matters. And if you're spending too much time scrubbing your body, some folks start to wonder, why? What are you washing for? Exactly. Vanity? Lust? A little too much time rubbing the thighs? Perhaps. Many monks and priests begin to warn their flocks about the temptations of bathing. Some go as far as saying that to wash too often is to invite moral decay. Better to stink with righteousness, one famously wrote, than to smell sweet and sin. This is particularly true for women. A clean woman, they argue, is a dangerous woman. She might feel bold, flirtatious, even seductive. And if she bathes publicly, as many did in communal bathhouses, who knows what other sins might slip in with the steam? You once heard a traveling friar thunder from the pulpit, "The devil lurks in the lather." You tried not to laugh. That said, not all clergy are anti-soap. Monasteries, especially wealthy ones, often have private bathhouses. Monks bathe regularly, partly for health and partly because they can. Nuns, too, are known to wash their hands, faces, and feet before prayers. Some even make their own herbal soaps from lye and fat. But these are ritualistic cleanings, controlled, limited, and never too comfortable. Hot water is suspicious, leisurely soaking, practically heresy. You remember Sister Agnes at the Abbey, scrubbing her feet with a scowl and muttering about the slipperiness of sin. You once caught her sniffing her own habit to see if it passed the sanctified smell test. It didn't. The church also connects bodily suffering with holiness. Many saints are praised for their filth. Saint Margaret lived in a hollow tree and refused to wash, believing the fleas were holy torment. Saint Simeon the Stylite lived atop a pillar for decades and never changed clothes. His odor, it was said, proved his divine devotion. One bishop claimed that saints who avoided bathing were washed in the blood of Christ, not the water of man. You'd prefer a sponge bath and a blessing. Personally, still, religious holidays are often the only times common folk are encouraged, or even allowed, to clean up. Before Easter, many towns open up communal fountains, or allow access to the Lord's bathhouse. Washing on Good Friday is considered symbolic, cleaning your soul and your feet. You try to get your children scrubbed during these windows of divine cleanliness. But beware too much sparkle. Some clerics keep a close eye on girls who come to Mass looking suspiciously radiant. A well-bathed woman might be hiding secrets. Or worse, intentions. You once overheard a priest whisper that women who wore lavender oil to Vespers were enticing Satan through the nostrils. Still, you don't let it stop you. On feast days, you warm water over the hearth and let your daughter rinse her hands and neck. You brush her hair with rosemary, tuck dried marigolds into her braid, and whisper a blessing over her shoulder. The church may not always approve, but you know there's holiness in caring for the body, too. It might sound funny now, But these spiritual hygiene tensions shaped how societies approached health for centuries. Public health campaigns often had to tiptoe around religious teachings, framing cleanliness not as vanity, but as piety. And over time, the idea that clean trunk holy gained traction again, especially when diseases like the plague made filth look less like suffering and more like negligence. Back at the chapel, you finish your prayers and dip your fingers in the holy water font. It's a little green. You pretend not to notice. On your way out, you pass the priest. He blesses you with a tired smile and an odor like smoked fish left in a book. You curtsy, tuck your herbs tighter into your bodice, and mutter a prayer of your own. May your sins be washed away, and may someone wash you while they're at it. By evening, your back aches, your hands are cracked, and the stew's gone cold. You're settling in by the fire, when a sharp cry splits the air like torn cloth. It's coming from the neighbor's cottage, loud, urgent, unmistakable. Someone's in labor, and just like that, your stomach clenches with a familiar tension. You've been here before. You know what's about to happen. And you also know this. Childbirth in the medieval world is not clean, not quiet, and definitely not safe. You throw on your cloak and rush over. The room is dim, thick with smoke and sweat. The woman is already writhing on the straw-stuffed pallet, her shift pulled high, her hair plastered to her forehead. Two women kneel at her side. One is the village midwife, the other, her sister. You join them silently, grabbing a cloth and wetting it with the tepid water in the corner bucket. You don't ask where it came from. You don't want to know. The air is dense, like walking into someone's breath. It smells of fear, blood, tallow candles, and last week's onions. There is no antiseptic, no gloves, no sterilized instruments, just towels, unwashed, herbs, if someone remembered to bring them, and a knife that may or may not have been wiped on someone's apron an hour ago. You hold the woman's hand and whisper calming words. She grips your wrist so hard you lose feeling in your fingers. She's strong. She has no choice. The birth drags on for hours. The midwife mutters prayers and instructions in the same breath. At one point, she grabs a bundle of burning herbs, juniper and rosemary, and waves it around the bed, not just for the smell, but to purify the air. Smoke, in their minds, pushes out evil spirits, and possibly infection? Maybe. Someone brings a bowl of wine for the laboring woman. She gulps it down. It dulls the pain just enough to scream less. There's no privacy. Of course, children peek in. Neighbors come and go. A chicken flaps across the floorboards, unbothered, but in the center of it all, a sacred kind of stillness forms, a primal energy, raw and terrifying. You've seen 5 births. You still hold your breath every time. Then finally, a cry, wet, gasping, urgent. The baby is here. The mother is sobbing, laughing, screaming all at once. The room exhales. The midwife checks the baby quickly, wipes it with a rough cloth, and wraps it in a worn swaddling blanket. No bath. Too dangerous this early. No soap. Just a quick wipe and a whispered prayer. Now comes the afterbirth. You avert your eyes. It's messy, and it doesn't always go smoothly. You still remember the time it didn't come out. The woman had fever by morning and was gone by nightfall. But not today. Today, all parts cooperate. You help clean the mother, gently, with warm water and dried moss. She winces. You rub her back with mutton fat to ease the tension. Someone lights a bundle of mugwort to keep the bad air away. You dribble drops of rosemary oil behind her ears. It smells almost heavenly if you squint past the blood. And then, once she's resting, you tend to the tools, the knife, the cloths, the soiled straw. None of it can be discarded lightly. Burn it if you can. Bury it if you must. But don't leave it sitting. Sickness will grow. Historians still argue about how sanitary medieval birth practices truly were. Some suggest midwives had surprisingly advanced techniques, herbs, hand-washing rituals, wound care. Others point to the sheer lack of sterilization and wonder how anyone survived. The truth is probably both. Care mixed with chaos, intuition wrapped in tradition. And let's not forget the church's role. Birth was holy, mysterious, and dangerously close to sin. Women in labor were often blessed or warned. Some believed that dying during childbirth meant you hadn't confessed enough. Others thought the pain itself was punishment for Eve's misdeed. You try not to think about that too much. Once, a midwife told you that each birth added a ghost to her shoulders. Not the baby, she said. The ones we couldn't save. You believed her. It might sound funny now, but these painful, sacred, unsanitary moments pushed medicine forward. Women demanded better. Midwives passed on secrets. Healers documented herbs that actually helped. And slowly, over generations, childbirth shifted from gamble to science. But tonight, it's still a gamble. You step outside, letting the cold air slap your cheeks. You scrub your hands with sand, then rinse them with the last of the bucket water. It doesn't help much, but it's better than nothing. Inside, the baby is nursing. The mother is asleep. The midwife is already gathering her things. No fanfare, no certificate, just a nod, a wiped brow, and a bowl of warm broth. You wrap your cloak tight and walk home under the stars. Your palms sticky and your heart full. Another life began today. Another woman survived. And in this world, that's everything. The next morning greets you with a dull headache, a scratchy throat, and the quiet realization that something in your body just feels off. You stretch, groaning, and eye the cloudy sky through the window slats. You don't feel sick enough to stop working. But you also don't feel right, which can only mean one thing in the medieval world: time for a little home medicine. And by medicine, of course, you mean onion poultices, pig grease, and whatever herbs are left in the pouch. You shuffle to the hearth, boil a bit of water, and immediately begin rummaging through your modest supply of healing odds and ends. There's dried thyme, crushed mustard seeds, a few waxy garlic cloves, and a jar of something that used to be honey and now smells slightly of vinegar. You wrinkle your nose, but keep it anyway. Waste not, want not. The first step, sweat it out. You wrap your shawl tightly. Sit as close to the fire as possible without bursting into flame, and sip warm ale mixed with sage. The ale makes your cheeks flush. The sage makes your tongue dry, and together they make you feel slightly more alive, or at least mildly inebriated. Next comes the poultice. You crush garlic and onion, heat them over the fire, and spread the mush onto a square of linen. Then, with an expression of grim acceptance, you slap it onto your chest. It's hot, slippery, and smells like disappointment. But hey, it might draw out the humors. The medieval body, as you well know, runs on 4 humors: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Feeling off? One of them is out of whack. Feeling really off? Leeches might be recommended. You're not that desperate yet. But you do consider the vinegar sock method, soaking cloth in vinegar and wrapping it around your feet. Supposedly, it draws the illness downward. You tried it once during a fever and ended up with freezing toes and no improvement. Still, you might try again. It's not like modern solutions are knocking on your door. You remember your mother telling you that pig grease cures everything: dry skin, sore joints, stubborn spirits. You rub a bit on your temples. Now you smell like bacon and onions, a breakfast tragedy. And of course, there's prayer. You light a beeswax candle, mumble a few words to Saint Apollonia, the one with teeth problems, but still helpful, and hope divine intervention is feeling generous today. Your neighbor stops by with a remedy passed down from her grandmother. It's a mix of dried nettles, stale beer, and what she claims is blessed dirt. You thank her politely, toss a pinch into the fire when she leaves, and save the rest to line your compost pile. And then, just in case, you examine your own urine. Yes, that's a thing. Medieval women often checked for changes in color, smell, and texture. There are even little illustrated guides for it. Your own contribution today is cloudy, faintly greenish, and smells faintly of garlic. You decide that means you're getting better. Probably. Historians still debate the effectiveness of these folk remedies. Some argue that medieval medicine was largely guesswork and superstition. Others note that many treatments were surprisingly logical. Honey as an antiseptic, garlic as an antimicrobial, mint for nausea. The problem wasn't always the remedy. It was the lack of understanding about why it sometimes worked. You once watched a woman be bled for a cough. They used a dull blade and a leaky bowl. She fainted. Later, she claimed it helped. You've always suspected it was the fainting, not the bleeding. Then there's the issue of professional help, or lack thereof. Doctors are expensive, male, and usually only see noble patients. Their prescriptions include powdered pearls, ground up beetles, and enemas administered with terrifyingly long tubes. No thank you. Midwives and herbalists are your go-to. They're practical, experienced, and speak your language. They also know which plants to avoid. You once nearly drank a healing tea with belladonna in it. The healer slapped it out of your hand and scolded you for 3 days. And, of course, there's always superstition. Tie a red thread around your wrist to keep the fever in. Sleep with garlic under your pillow to ward off bad spirits. Don't let a left-handed person bring you water while you're sick. It invites death. You don't believe in all of it, but you also don't test fate. It might sound funny now, but these rudimentary methods, layered in observation, tradition, and sheer desperation, laid the foundation for modern pharmacology. Women like you cataloged herbs, tracked symptoms, and passed on generations of empirical knowledge. And when science caught up, it found that some of those onion poultices actually did reduce inflammation. Sort of. You poke at the cooling poultice on your chest. It started to slide. You remove it, wipe off the goo, and rinse your hands in the tepid water. Your cough hasn't disappeared, but it hasn't gotten worse either. You call that a victory. You eat a slice of hard cheese, sip warm water, and pull your shawl closer. You're tired, but the fire is warm, and your body is still doing its best to keep you upright. And that, in this world, is about all you can ask for. You're packing a small sack of bread crusts, dried apples, and a tightly rolled blanket. The ox cart is creaking in the yard, and your husband is already tying down a bundle of tools. Today, you're traveling to the market town, a rare event that means walking, waiting, bartering, and not bathing for at least another week. Because here's the dirty truth about travel in the Middle Ages. Cleanliness doesn't just take a back seat. It gets tied to the back of the cart and dragged through a puddle. You hoist yourself into the cart, skirt lifted just enough to avoid the worst of the mud. You're wearing two shifts, a wool dress, a cloak that hasn't been washed since Pentecost, and boots that still smell faintly of something you stepped in last spring. And you're still better off than most. You know the drill. Once you're on the road, hygiene is no longer a priority. It's an aspiration, a daydream, something you remember wistfully when a passing breeze makes you realize you forgot to repin your underlayers, and now your thighs are rubbing in ways that can only end in rash. The roads themselves are generous in terms of texture: mud, manure, loose stones, and rotting vegetation all mix into a fragrance you'll be carrying in your hemline for days. Your hair starts out in a neat braid, but the wind has other plans. By noon, you look like a sad brush. Need to relieve yourself? Good luck. You find a hedge or a ditch, hope no one's watching, and pray your skirt doesn't dip into anything that used to be alive. Wiping? A handful of leaves, or maybe the edge of a rag if you're feeling luxurious. You save the linen squares for emergencies only, like feast days, childbirth, or priest visits, food spills on your lap. Someone sneezes nearby, and you feel the droplets land like a benediction of germs. You pretend not to notice. You're trying to stay civilized here. And let's not even mention peeing in armor. You're not a knight, thankfully, but your cousin married one. She says he has to have two men help him remove his greaves just to use the chamber pot. Sometimes he doesn't make it. She stopped asking, even for the average woman. Travel clothing is not optimized for quick relief. You're wearing layer after layer of wool, laces, belts, and petticoats. To go to the bathroom discreetly, you need to either hike everything up to your neck or find a clever way to squat without exposing yourself to half of Christendom. Your solution? A long cloak and very low expectations. You arrive at the town gates by evening, covered in dust, slightly dehydrated, and smelling of hay, sweat, and regret. You pat your face with a damp cloth, not clean water, just damp, and smooth your hair with spit. Good enough. If you're lucky, the inn has a corner basin with lukewarm water and a cloth someone else already used. You still use it. You splash your face, dab your neck, and feel vaguely human for 4 seconds. Then the cloth slips into the basin, and you have to pretend you didn't see that. Sleeping arrangements? Shared beds, often with strangers. You wed yourself between your husband and a trader from the next village, who breathes like a tired horse and mumbles in his sleep. You wrap your shawl tightly and tuck it over your nose like a filter. You pray no one has fleas. They always have fleas. Historians still argue whether travel in this period was dangerously unhygienic or just less convenient than we imagine. Some point to travel journals that mention hand washing, perfume sachets, and combs. Others emphasize lice infestations, food-borne illness, and the sheer impossibility of bathing without sacrificing time. safety, or clothing. One thing is certain: no one came home cleaner than they left. You can identify frequent travelers by their skin: windburned, grimy, often with a rash on the legs or an odd sore from sitting on bumpy carts. You once knew a woman who got saddle sores so bad they had to lance them with a heated needle. She rode side saddle after that, always. And yet, people traveled. For markets, for marriages, for religious pilgrimages. They planned, they packed, and they accepted the filth as part of the price. It might sound funny now, but these messy, exhausting trips eventually paved the way, literally, for rest stops, inns with better hygiene, and even travel soaps. Back in the inn, you share a chipped mug of warm ale and chew on cold barley bread. You wash your hands with vinegar because it's all they have. The cloth on the table smells like cheese and someone's armpit. You avoid touching it, but you made it. You traveled. You traded. You endured. And in the morning, when you brush your teeth with a dry twig and pull your stiff boots back on, you'll be ready to face the long ride home, still dirty, still sore, still absolutely crushing it by 14th century standards. You're home again, blessedly, achingly home. The journey's dust still lingers in your cloak folds, and your face has that unmistakable texture of dried sweat layered with cart soot. Your boots smell like roadkill. But even now, as you warm yourself by the fire, you catch your reflection in the kettle lid and think, could I at least do something about my face? Welcome to the medieval skincare routine, where beauty is measured not in glow, but in pallor. And your tools include lead powder, mashed almonds, and hope. You reach for your cosmetic pouch, a cracked wooden box containing bits of chalk, herbs, and a tiny stub of beeswax balm. You also have a flat piece of polished metal you use as a mirror. It distorts your nose and enlarges your left eyebrow, but it gets the job done. First, the foundation. The current beauty ideal? Pale, nearly translucent skin. It signals nobility, leisure, and most importantly, indoor living. Tanned skin suggests fieldwork, sweat, peasantry. You, of course, live outside every other hour of your waking life, so the pallor must be manufactured. You start with flour, fine, white, and stolen from your bread ration. You dab it on your cheeks with your fingers, careful not to smear the soot already stuck to your temple. If you had money, you'd use lead white. Yes, actual lead, to achieve that perfect ghost-like complexion. It goes on smooth and gives your face a powdered porcelain effect. Also, it slowly poisons you. Minor drawback: some noble women take things further, mixing vinegar and chalk to lighten freckles. Others apply a concoction of crushed lily roots and honey, which smells nice but attracts bees. You once heard of a lady who used a paste of mercury and egg whites. Her skin glowed right before she lost all her hair. You skip the mercury. You have enough problems. Next comes your cheeks. A healthy blush is considered charming, so you pinch them until they redden, or rub in beet juice if it's available. If you're extra committed, you chew parsley or bite your lip for a natural flush. You once tried cochineal beetles mixed with grease. It worked. You also broke out for a week and scared the dog. Now for blemishes, you dab a mixture of crushed almonds and warm water onto your chin. It's supposed to cool the blood. Some women swear by pigeon droppings. Others suggest applying a mixture of milk and vinegar. You stick with the almonds, mostly because that's what you have. You remember that time you had a pimple right before the spring festival? A neighbor gave you her grandmother's cure. Press a slice of raw onion to the spot and chant a prayer to St. Agnes. It worked. Kind of. The bump vanished. So did your dignity. Your eyes watered for 2 hours, and you smelled like soup all day. Hairline too low? No problem. Pluck it. A high forehead is fashionable. Some women shave or wax the edges of their scalp to give the illusion of a longer face. You tried once. The itching was biblical. Historians still argue whether these beauty routines were common across classes or limited to the nobility. But diaries, artwork, and even grave findings suggest that women from all walks of life tried, in small ways, to alter their appearance. A touch of rose oil, a dab of colored clay, a quick hair braid that says, "I tried." There's also skin maintenance. You rub goose fat on your hands at night to soften the calluses. You mix ashes and vinegar for exfoliation. Though mostly it just makes you smell like sour bread. Once a month, if you're lucky, you steam your face over a bowl of hot water with thyme and lavender. The effect is short-lived, but heavenly. Some beliefs get wild. There's a rumor going around that sleeping with a fresh eel on your face will clear wrinkles. You haven't tried it. Yet. Despite the effort, most days, you still look tired, wind-chapped, slightly sunburned on the nose, and yet, you don't mind. Because once in a while, when your cheeks are flushed from the firelight and your hair is pinned just so, your husband gives you a look like you've hung the moon. And that's worth more than a pot of lead powder. It might sound funny now, but these strange, sometimes dangerous beauty efforts paved the way for later developments in skincare. Creams, toners, soaps with actual pH balance. A long, powder-dusted road from almond mash to micellar water. You finish your routine with a dab of rose oil on your wrists. The scent cuts through the smell of cabbage and firewood. You pull your shawl tight and sit by the window, watching the sky shift to lavender as evening rolls in. Your skin feels tight. Your hands smell like nut paste. But for a fleeting moment, you feel lovely. Or at least not completely crusty. The village is unusually quiet today. A chill rides the wind, and even the dogs seem subdued. You step outside to fetch water when you notice the way people are looking at old Maud. Your neighbor with the crooked fingers and a tendency to mutter to herself. She's being watched, closely, suspiciously. And your stomach twists, because you know where this is going. When hygiene gets confused with witchcraft, no woman is safe. Maud hasn't done anything. Nothing that you find odd, anyway. She just keeps to herself, collects herbs, and sometimes digs under the willow tree at dusk. But now her nails are caked with soil, her hair unbrushed, and there's talk that she whispered to her cow before it calved. That's enough for some people. You've seen it before. Unclean, unholy. A woman with greasy hair, stained clothes, or blackened fingernails becomes a target. Forget that you all live in the same mud-crusted reality. If she looks too different or too neglected, suddenly she's dangerous. The worst part? Women like Maud are often the healers, the herb wielders, the poultice mixers, the ones who know what kind of bark to boil for cramps. But if her remedies fail, or just don't work fast enough, she's no longer helpful. She's suspicious. You remember the last trial. A girl had a fever that wouldn't break. Her mother said Maud cursed her. They searched her cottage, found a jar of dried frogs and a comb with missing teeth. That was enough. She was dunked in the river, tied to a stool, and tested. If she floated, she was guilty. If she sank, she was innocent and dead. She sank. Now, it's Maud they're whispering about. You glance at your own hands. Dirt under the nails from weeding, soot from the fire in your cuticles. You scrub them furiously in the rain barrel before heading to the communal bread oven. You'd rather be mistaken for lazy than other. The irony? You all smell. You all have lice. You all wear the same 3 layers of wool until they stand up on their own. But something about Maud's particular brand of dishevelment, a little too wild, a little too earthy, makes people uneasy. Some believe witches can't wash themselves. Others claim that witches avoid rivers because their sins pollute the water. A few say witches smell of sulfur, but you've smelled plenty of sulfur from the smithy. You're more afraid of his breath than Maud's spellbook. Historians still debate how much of this suspicion came from actual belief and how much was convenient scapegoating. Hygiene became one more excuse to separate the good women from the bad. If you kept your veil clean, your apron neat, your hair braided and tucked, you were pious, obedient, domestic. If you wore no shoes, let your gray hair hang down, and talk to your chickens like friends, well, you might find yourself accused. And cleanliness wasn't just about soap and water. It was symbolic. Clean hands, clean soul, the priest says, which doesn't bode well for women who deal in blood, herbs, birth, and death, all the messiest, most important work. You help birth babies. After all, you've had blood under your nails, sweat streaked across your brow, and unwashed skin for days at a time. If someone looked too closely, you could be next. Maud once gave you a charm for toothache, a thread soaked in vinegar, tied to a sprig of rosemary, then wrapped around your left wrist under a full moon. It worked. Or maybe it didn't. But the pain stopped. You never told anyone. Today, Maud keeps her eyes down. Her hands tremble as she lifts her bucket. You meet her at the well and quietly slip her a clean cloth. She nods, lips trembling, and wipes her fingers. You don't say anything. You both know what's happening. It might sound funny now, but the persecution of women under the guise of filth and witchcraft reflects centuries of fear. Fear of women with knowledge, women with power, women with visible dirt. Later laws would blame bathing habits, menstrual cycles, even moles on the skin. But it all comes down to visibility. If you're too clean, you're vain. If you're too dirty, you're cursed. You walk home with your head down. You dip your hands in the rain barrel again. You pull your hair into a tight braid and pin it under your cap. Not because you believe Maud is a witch, but because you know someone will, if you're not careful. You check your herb pouch. Fennel, sage, thyme. Useful, but dangerous in the wrong eyes. Tonight, you'll light a candle for Maud. And tomorrow, you'll wash your hands again. You wake to distant bells, slow, low, and mournful. The air outside feels different, still, heavy. You step into your boots and lift the latch on the door. There's no bird song, no carts rolling by, just silence. And then, you see it, the painted cross on the neighbor's door. red, fresh. That family lost someone last night, which means the pestilence has returned, the Black Death. And if there was ever a moment in history when people reconsidered the value of soap and water, this is it. The panic hits in waves. People whisper of coughing fits and purple spots, of sudden death, of whole households silenced overnight. And in a world where most folks don't fully understand germs, hygiene becomes equal parts superstition, desperation, and invention. You grab a rag and wrap it around your face, dabbing a mix of vinegar and sage onto the cloth. The belief is that bad smells, miasmas, carry disease. If you block the scent, you block the illness. Everyone's walking around with herbs stuffed in their collars, pomanders around their necks, and cloves tucked behind their ears like grim jewelry. You look to your soap stash, a stub, olive oil soap, gifted from a merchant's wife last winter. You've barely used it, too precious. But now it's your most sacred possession. You melt water in a kettle, add the sliver, and wash your hands, slowly, carefully. You scrub under your nails, around your rings, even between your fingers. You may not understand bacteria, but you do understand fear. Others are doing the same. Suddenly, people who barely wiped last week are scrubbing everything. Doorknobs, spoons, shoes. Some pour boiling water across thresholds. Others burn rosemary branches in each room. The town fountain reeks of vinegar and ash. The midwife stops by, pale and tight-lipped. She hands you a small pouch of lavender and salt. "Hang this over the window," she mutters. "Change the straw in your mattress. Wash with soap if you can." Then she moves on, cloak, billowing, prayer beads clinking. You do everything she says, twice. And here's the strange thing. It helps, not perfectly, not always, but the people who wash more often, who avoid the sick, who scrub their linens, who burn their rags instead of reusing them, seem to fare better. It's not just superstition anymore. It's observation. Historians still argue whether soap use during the plague was widespread or anecdotal. But there's no doubt that the urgency of the crisis pushed people toward cleanliness in a way no sermon ever did. Bathhouses reopened, briefly, until they became associated with spreading disease. But personal washing, using vinegar, ash, and yes, soap, became part of the survival toolkit. Soap making itself begins to change. More people begin boiling animal fats with wood ash at home. Some even add herbs to their concoctions. Marjoram for scent, mint for freshness, sage to ward off evil. You once tried making a batch with pig tallow and nettles. It stung. Badly. You didn't try again. The wealthy begin hoarding imported soap from Castile and Aleppo. The poor make do with whatever they can find. A neighbor tried cleaning her hands with powdered brick. She doesn't have fingerprints anymore, but she swears it worked. You wonder, as you wipe down the door handle with vinegar, how many lives might have been saved if people had adopted these habits sooner. You remember your mother dismissing daily washing as wasteful. Now you can't go an hour without rinsing your hands. You pass by Maud's cottage. No mark on her door. She's boiling something in a pot. Her usual stinky blend of herbs and tallow. She glances up, nods. You nod back. For now, she's not a witch. She's just prepared. It might sound funny now, but this desperate moment, the stench, the scrubbing, the quiet deaths behind shuttered windows, marks a turning point. In the centuries to come, soap becomes more than luxury. It becomes medicine. Science catches up with intuition. Hygiene becomes health. You don't know that yet. You just know that the air feels tight in your lungs, that you haven't hugged anyone in days, that your hands are cracked from scrubbing and your soul feels rubbed raw. You tuck another sprig of lavender behind your ear and whisper a prayer over the basin. You are not clean, but you are trying. The sun peeks out, timid and weak, as if testing whether it's safe to return. You step outside, stretch your arms, and squint at the churned-up path leading through the village. After weeks of silence and isolation, people are emerging again, hesitant, hollow-eyed, and somehow cleaner. It's a strange thought, but true. Something shifted. The plague didn't just take lives. It scrubbed away the old expectations. And now, in this oddly subdued world, cleanliness is starting to mean something new, something closer to survival, and, increasingly, status. Before the pestilence, filth was democratic. Everyone stank. Everyone itched. Your shift was just as yellow as the bailiff's. But now, those who survived and managed to wash their hands a little more often, they're the ones telling the tale. And people noticed. You see it in the manor, where the steward has begun insisting on fresh linens for guests. You see it at market, where sellers splash water on their stalls and burn sweet herbs to keep flies away. And you see it in the quiet judgment people cast on anyone whose hemline is too dirty, whose nails too dark, whose scent too familiar. Cleanliness is climbing the social ladder. Take the new widow, Lady Mirabelle. She arrived from the next county over, pale, perfumed, hair bound in a pristine veil that smells like violets and something faintly citrus. Everyone talks about how refined she is. What they really mean is, she smells less like the rest of us. She's also the first woman you've seen in months wearing imported soap on her wrists like perfume. It's from Castile, pale green and flecked with herbs. You helped wash her linens once. She tipped you with a sliver of it, wrapped in silk. You still haven't used it. At church, things have changed, too. There's more water in the font, more scrutiny of smudged hands and smoke-drenched cloaks. People now greet each other with nods from a distance, eyes scanning for signs of disease or unwashed sleeves. The idea of holiness and hygiene is merging again. Even children seem more alert. Your daughter asked for rosemary oil to make her hair smell like the abbess. You complied, smiling, then added a little extra. You don't want her mistaken for a field girl. And let's talk about clothes. Shifts are being patched more carefully, washed more frequently, and even bleached in the sun. Linen hung out on bright days isn't just about drying. It's a public display. Look, we wash. We are clean. We belong. Historians later note this as a turning point, the moment when cleanliness becomes associated with morality and class, not because everyone suddenly had indoor plumbing, spoiler, they didn't, but because fear reshaped value systems. Rich people had soap. Rich people got sick less often, or could afford help when they did. Therefore, soap. Virtue. You remember your neighbor Gerda. She used to walk around barefoot, hem always damp, hands stained from beets and herbs. But since her sister died, she's changed. Hair pinned back, shift scrubbed every market day. She now wears a dried orange peel pinned to her bodice. For scent and protection. You'd laugh, but you've done the same. And what about you? You're not noble. You don't own scented gloves or powdered wigs. But you now wash your hands twice a day when you can. You change shifts more often. You boil water more carefully. And you've taught your daughter to rinse her comb in vinegar. Is it vanity? Survival? A bit of both? You know what else has changed? Visitors? People no longer barge into homes covered in road grime. They now brush off their cloaks, wash their hands at the door, and ask before touching anything. It's oddly respectful. A new layer of boundaries, dressed up as etiquette. You overheard a woman at the well say, "The clean are closer to God." No one argued. It might sound funny now, but this slow, cautious cultural shift would ripple forward for centuries. The idea that cleanliness reflects character, that soap and water are signs of virtue, not just wealth, began here in cottages like yours, built of fear, grief, and lavender oil. You go inside and open your soap box. The green sliver still sits there, softening slightly with age. You break it in half and hand one piece to your daughter. "Use it," you say, voice gentle. "Not all at once." She smiles and nods, tucking it away like treasure. Outside, the village breathes again, still scared, still scarred, but a little bit cleaner. You're sitting at the edge of your cottage bed, feet tucked under a scratchy wool blanket, a cup of warm barley broth in your hands. Outside, the stars blink above a patchwork of thatched roofs, and the wind whistles through the slats and the shutters. It's quiet, calm, and, for once, not entirely filthy. You've done it. Survived another day in a world where hygiene is a full-time negotiation with nature, superstition, and sheer willpower. But tonight, there's something different in the air. A small, growing sense that maybe, just maybe, cleanliness is no longer an afterthought. Maybe it's starting to feel like a right, a privilege. Sure, but also a possibility. You boil a kettle of water over the fire. It hisses and sputters, threatening to spill. You add a few dried mint leaves and a pinch of salt. Your humble evening bath. Not for the whole body. Heaven forbid. Who has the wood for that? But for your hands, feet, and face. The sacred trifecta of medieval bedtime cleansing. You peel off your outer dress, then your shift, wincing at the stiff seams and lingering scent of hearth smoke. The water steams gently as you soak a cloth and press it to your face. The heat blooms across your cheeks, relaxing the muscles you didn't realize were clenched. You cleanse slowly, thoroughly, almost lovingly. You scrub behind your ears. You wipe under your arms. You even clean between your toes. A luxury, to be honest. Then, with the remaining water, you dab your knees, elbows, and neck. Each pass of the cloth makes you feel more like a person and less like a working animal. And there's something powerful in that. To reclaim your body, just a little, before the next sunrise. You glance at your daughter, already curled beneath her blanket, cheeks rosy, hair braided in soft loops. You tucked a bit of lavender into her pillow earlier. Not because it keeps demons away, though it might, but because she deserves to fall asleep with something sweet in her nose. You rub a touch of pig fat mixed with beeswax into the cracks on your hands. It's greasy. It smells vaguely like stew, but it softens the skin. You whisper a little blessing under your breath, more habit than faith, and climb under your covers. The roof still leaks. The chamber pot still waits in the corner. Tomorrow, you'll probably scrub linens, dodge lice, and wonder again why your back aches more than yesterday. But for now, you are warm, freshly wiped, and no one is accusing you of witchcraft. A win. It might sound funny now, but all these small rituals, these stolen moments of cleanliness, will add up. Someday, people will look back and see the shift, the turning point. The women who washed their faces by firelight and taught their daughters to do the same. The whispered routines passed down like family secrets. The moss pads, the lye soap, the rosemary rinses, all of it mattered. You shift in bed, pull the blanket up to your chin, and close your eyes. And now, gentle listener, if your own eyes haven't already fluttered shut, let them go. Let the warmth of the hearth fade into memory. Let the scratch of wool and scent of lavender soften into a dream. You are safe. You are clean. You are home. Now, let's slow things down. Let your body sink a little deeper into whatever holds you. Your bed, your chair, your cocoon of blankets and quiet. Breathe in slowly through your nose and let it out as if you're sighing into a medieval dusk, cool and still. The fire is low now, little more than a whisper of orange. Outside, the sky is velvet. No noise, no rush, just the sound of a sleeping village, tucked beneath thatch and thyme. Imagine a soft cloth in your hand, warm from the fire, infused with mint and sage. You press it gently to your face. The scent calms you. The warmth settles something deep in your bones. You don't have to scrub. There's nothing to fix. You are enough, just as you are. The window's cracked open. You feel a breeze drift in, soft as breath. It brings the scent of loamy soil, wood smoke, and a hint of lavender. The sounds are few: a distant owl, the creak of an old beam, the deep rhythm of your own slowing heartbeat. This world may be filled with dirt and toil and rickety buckets, but in this moment, all is still. Your hands are clean. Your body rests. Your spirit is soothed. So sleep now, traveler of time. Drift beneath linen and wool. Let the stories wrap around you like the arms of a friend. You've made it. You are safe. You are loved.